Yeah! What's going on, hunters? What's going on? We having a lovely day, innit? Lovely day. Welcome in, Dragon, Volcano, Gale, Red. Welcome in, welcome in. What's up, my favorite gunner? Not much. It's a little bit busy this morning, but, you know. Same old, same old. What's new, am I right? Gojira? Hello, Gojira. So, as you guys probably can read, I hope you guys can read, today's going to be a shorter stream. Not a ton going on, but just kind of big chill, you know what I'm saying? Just gonna chill. Just gonna chill. Gonna do some reaction videos. Gonna do some, gonna play some Wilds. Gonna talk about Monster Hunter, just kind of yap, and yeah. There is a video that I want to watch, and I know you guys might not want to watch it, because I know. I know. But listen, I haven't watched it yet, and I don't like the idea of having a certain opinion on someone until I've thoroughly, I don't like having an opinion on someone, such a, how do I say, harsh opinion on someone for maybe a video that they did without even watching the video. You know what I'm saying? So, we're gonna watch it. We're gonna watch it. Hello, Cooper. Mad, what's going on? What's the vid? Oh, you know. You know. The vid that was the talk of the talk for like a week. Like a month or so ago. And everyone hated that guy's vid. Everyone in the Monster Hunter community hated that guy's vid. You know the one. Ark made a video on it. Rui made a video on it. You know the video. The reason I'm not saying the video is because I'm low-key blanking on the actual name of the video. Holy cow, I haven't watched one of your streams in a while. Hello, Atta. Hello. Welcome in. I'm glad you could join us. I, in fact, do not know, for I am employed. Okay. You know what? We can just watch that now. Well, we'll wait. We'll chill. We'll chill for like a few minutes, you know, while I look it up and stuff. Was it that one world video? No. It's a Wilds video. Literally, the moment I put this bitch on the screen, you're gonna be like, oh, fuck, that video. No. No, no, no. No, no. No, no. No fucking way. There's no fucking way. Oh, okay. Here it is. Okay, I got a little scared. Because I looked it up, and on Bing, I clicked on the video, and it said unavailable. I thought he fucking deleted it. I was like, no way he got bullied so much that he deleted. Okay, no. It's still on his channel and stuff. I have it here. Is it another Vara video? Nope, but it might be just as worse. It might be just as bad. I'm sorry, but English. English is my first language, guys. Monster Hunter Wilds, death of a game. Matt got it. Oh my goodness, is that Pagan? Hello, Pagan. Also, I gotta give a little bit of announcement. I want to start seeing W's flying in this chat for Art. Because Art gave Tiger 25 subs, and in return for giving Tiger 25 subs, not only did he help out Tiger a lot, he got you guys free of charge off my stream, right? 2 extra name wheels free of charge on the Minecraft streams, 3 regular everyday wheel spins, and a remnant stream with Tiger. All that. All of you guys get to enjoy that because of art. Didn't happen on a stream. Well, it happened on Tiger's stream, not my stream. I will say, none of these wheel spins that I mentioned are going to be applicable for today, just because today's a shorter stream, and, you know, I don't want to, you know, it's just supposed to be kind of like a whatever, yap, chill, big chillin' kind of stream, you know, so it's not real. I don't want to do that now, especially since it's so late, and, like, Art and Viper and stuff maybe can't come in. And Bracky and Gnarly and everyone else, you know what I'm saying? Only thing that I'm really excited for with Tiger is the potential rival stream. Bro, not the Gooner game. Bro, fucking Tiger was going crazy. Tiger was going fucking crazy. He was fucking tired. Everyone in that stream was tired, big bro. Everyone was tired. Everyone was tired, but Tiger over here was still going, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I might have to do it to him. Greetable should try rivals? No, I don't think so. Old drama, but what's your opinion on Queen Ponzelet blind Electron run? That was drama. I'm not really big in the speedrunning department. Oh, that's not speedrunning. It's just a blind Electron run. So just like fighting Electron blind. Never heard of the drama. Never heard of it. Yeah, it was like 3 a.m, bro. Of course, people are tired. You know what I'm doing. Defeating every invasive again. Damn, you already know, Pagan. You already know. It's a shame Viper and Bracky ain't here. It is a shame, but I know Viper's not gonna like watching this video. Death of a Game, Monster Hunter Wilds by Nerd Slayer Studios. Now, this guy just released yesterday a video that I personally don't even like seeing. But it's the reason why I'm doing this now. Because I'm seeing this guy make another video, Death of a Game, about Marathon. About Marathon. And you know me. I love me some Marathon. And I was like, man, I'm not gonna like that video because I don't even like his Wilds video. But then I realized, I was like, well, fuck me. I think I only watched like 3 minutes of this video. Of the Wilds video. So I don't really have any place to really judge because I didn't really watch it. I didn't even watch Arcanite's cover on it. So I really don't have a room to judge. So I'm coming into this video to judge it. You guys ready? You guys ready to judge? We all love judging here. We are a pro judging everyone and everything community here in the Gunner Club. Because as you all know, it's not a bad thing to judge. Everyone judges everyone and everything all the time. It is how we form opinions on basically everything. Basically everything, because we judge it. In fact, judging is such a big part of our lives that there is a profession called being a judge, where you get to judge someone's crime or maybe falsehood of a crime. Will Bracky at work? Viper getting sleep. Hopefully Viper's getting sleep. If Viper's sleeping and that's why he's not here, I'm a-okay with that. I'm completely fine. Bracky's at work and I'm also completely fine with that because Bracky got a new job and I'm so happy that he was able to get the job he wanted. Marathon is understandable though. Okay, I will say this. Marathon is way more understandable than it is Wilds. Way more. However, to say that Marathon is a dead game is a bit... It's just clickbait. It's just the normal marathon of clickbait. You know? Which, by the way, the marathon video got 130k views in 1 day, and the Wilds video got 70k views in 2 months. Say what you want about marathon, everybody in they mamas looks at marathon. Whether it's in a negative or a positive light, a lot of people look at marathon. But unironically, a lot of people look at marathon, but also a lot of people don't even know it exists. It's super weird. It's like all the people who do know about marathon actually like watch it in a negative or positive light. But that doesn't mean that everyone who does see it is even like a massive amount of people. In total, it might be like a few million people in general. And like worldwide that might even know about marathon's existence. Which obviously, if you know the population of the earth, isn't very much. What's good, Spottable? Hello, X! Spot Rivals is not a Gunner game. It is a Gunner game. The Gunner skins are a small minority, but the small part of the community that can be considered Gunners is relatively loud. No. How do I say this? It's a Gunner game because if I am shooting... It's a Gunner game because if I am hitting, let's say Spider-Man, and I'm seeing my cheeks jiggle every time I walk and hit Spider-Man, that's Gunner. That's Gunner material. If it is literally in my face whenever I'm playing the game, it's Gunner material. And I know it's like, well, why you always look at your ass? But it's like, brother, it is my character. I have to look at my character. I'm going to look at my character. But of course, I know it's not like Gunner. I know. It's not like Zenless Zone Zero. I know that. But you would be lying to say that it's not like at least like 40% Gunner. I'd even say half. I see Arknight Death of Game Monster Hunter Wilds. Yeah, I saw that he uploaded. I think I maybe watched like the first minute of his video. I don't remember anything about it though. Maybe the reason people hate in Marathon is because Destiny 2 Dilemma. Oh, it's 1,000,000% that. I can go on a massive rant about Marathon. I already have. I think a few times I have. But I'll say this about Marathon. Marathon, I'm not delusional. Marathon has a real chance of actually legitimately dying because of a giant ogre onion layer of reasons that are very complex in of themselves. But still, there is a real risk of Marathon dying. However, what I would say is unfortunate about that, if it were to actually die, I'm not saying it's dead, but if it were to die in the future, in the like 6 months or a year from now, is that unlike something like maybe High Guard or maybe something like Concord, people actually like Marathon. There are like million subscriber YouTubers, hundreds of thousand subscriber YouTubers, and medium-sized YouTubers, kind of like myself, although I'm a little bit on the smaller end a little bit, but still, right? Who love and make content about it. Who love Marathon. Even if the things are the player counts are low, I mean, people play it and they're like, yes, I like it. I got what I wanted from it and I really enjoyed it. Because it's not a bad game. It would die, not a bad game. Which is super unfortunate. But, yeah. I've never played Marathon. I would recommend it. Sometimes they have free weekends. Although they don't have a free weekend or anything right now, but they have done it before. So keep a lookout for that. Cheeks don't jiggle. What version did you see? Are you sure cheeks don't jiggle? Are you positive cheeks don't jiggle? I mean, I swear they do. But maybe it's because of like just how much shit is going on the screen. Maybe it's just like so much shit that the body is literally just vibrating. I don't know. What are your opinions on Genshin Impact, Spotty Boy? That's alright. I actually downloaded Genshin and played it for a little bit because a girl I liked was playing it at the time. And I actually wanted to give it a try. So that gave me a reason. But then after playing it for a little bit, I was like, yeah, I just don't see myself playing this really. I saw part of the, oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah, Genshin Impact is probably the most Gooner game. I would say Zenless Zone Zero is more Gooner than Genshin, unironically. But yeah, Genshin's also Gooner. Yeah, that Spidey giggle physics has spottable acting. Okay, bro. I've arrived. Hello, Exodius. Thank God you don't see the Blue Archive. Oh, fuck. I don't even want to look at Blue Archive. I know about Blue Archive. Don't even want to look at it. At least Zenless Zone Zero, I'll look at it. I'm like, wow, pretty smooth. A whole lot of bouncing, stuff, but, at least it's smooth. And I kind of like the little cinematics and, trailers they do. It's good. It's good art. Very nice animations. But Blue Archive, not even looking at that direction. So try at least one. Try at least once. Cheeks don't jiggle. It's a free game. I don't really got room on my Xbox like that. Big man. I don't really got that. No game is more gooner than Marvel Rivals. I know from experience. There's no cheek jiggling in Rivals. There used to be. They toned it online to non-existent level. So there was. Okay. You got a preference with there's no more booty jiggle anymore. You can't say there isn't any and then say, well, there used to be, but now that it's like you gotta say used to be now. Was in the past. Okay. I was gonna say that I swear I remember specifically going, God damn. I'm like, I'm dang it. Now though, I'm sure I can look at it and probably don't see it, but before I was like, God damn. I think it was on a Crystal stream. I started playing Marvel Rivals and I'm like, fuck me. Oh, hello, Boone. Hello, Boone. Do not worry, Boone. I will send your thing over right at the stream, and thankfully, this stream is a bit shorter, so I'll send you the thing later. Don't worry. I literally gotta export it. I was just gonna pass out because I'll be honest, I actually spent a lot of time in Tiger's stream, and I finished it, but I didn't export it because if I export it, I'm just gonna want to do it now. And I didn't want to do it, right? So I want to do it like one go, so that's like a me thing. I'm sorry. I recently just beat Zora Mandaros a couple of days ago. By the way, what about Sorregos makes it your favorite monster? Oh, that's cool that you beat Zora. Was it Arc Tempered or was it regular Zora? I think it's regular. I feel like you would have specified Arc Tempered. But the Arc Tempered Zora fight is actually fun. I like how intense it is. I like how you can't just like Zora's fight is normally like so fucking like snail's pace, and then Arc Tempered is literally like, what is it? It's like 15 minutes, 20 minutes or something. It's like you need to like literally stress the fuck out in that quest, which is completely the opposite to normal Zora is. It's so funny, but I love it. But what about Sorregos makes you your favorite monster? I've just always liked him. I liked his design. I've liked his sound design. I've loved his armor and weapon designs, and I very much like Sorregos' weapons, like unique properties, which is dubbed Blade Scale Hone. Although I think in like Generations 4 all those other games, it didn't have a name, I don't think. But in Rise, Sunbreak, they gave it a name. What the fuck is a Durambo Rose? Hey, Viper! Did you get some sleep? I hope you got some sleep. Oh, so hello, Phoenix. Zora's overhated, not gonna lie. I feel like Zora's fight isn't overhated. I think it's very fair to criticize Zora's fight. But, like, Zora as a monster, I don't understand how you can really criticize it. Like, in terms of a giant... Like, Zora is just a cooler Lao Shenlong. In terms of giant, slow-moving monster, Zora is just objectively cooler than, Lao Shenlong. Like, the fight, again, you can criticize all day long. 100%, I get that. But, like... Actual monster? Dude, I love Zora. I love my Elder Dragon Turtle. I love him. We now have 2 turtles. We got... Would you consider Tetranadon a turtle? Well, it has like a shell. Well, it's not even really a shell. It's like turtle... Well, the Kappas are based on having turtle shells. It's like turtle-ish. It's like a turtle-ish shell. Although it's not the same function as a turtle shell. But it's like a shell. It's like a platypus turtle, yeah. Just fought my first Najarala. You're fucking lying. I fell asleep halfway through last stream. Haven't slept since then. Since last stream? Wednesday? Viper, go to bed. At least rest. Watch on your phone. At least lay down in bed and rest. Unless you're doing that already. And in that case, keep on doing it. Does anyone else feel like monsters in Rise are slower, or is it just me? Slower? I think Rise and Sunbreak monsters in general are just fast. Well, in general are like kind of like just like nimble, very mobile. That's kind of why the whole like wire bug thing is in place. So you can like counter them, move out of the way, you know? I'm not tired, dude. Well, get tired! Huh? You ever thought about that? And why would I be lying about Najarala? Have you actually never fought Najarala, Viper? Like, for you specifically, that kind of seems crazy. I need to call your nursing home attendant to bring you your sleeping pills, Viper. Okay. Come on now. Viper's not Tiger, okay? Regine's beam is slower. Okay, but like sure, like maybe some certain animations are, but like the monsters in general aren't slower, I feel like. I never played 4th gen. What do you mean you never played 4th gen? You never played 4th gen? How? For like, how much research and shit you do and all that, and like how much like you talk about, like I thought you would have at least played 4th gen. 4th gen? I went from try to world. See, like that. Okay, see, like you can see how I got confused here, right? You can see how I got confused here. You went from try to world. That's so weird. Weird not weird in the sense of like bad weird, but it's weird that like usually that's not how it goes, right? You're weird, you damn skippy I am. But you fought Najarala for the first time. How was he? I like Najarala to fight. So have you never fought Gammoth? If you never played 4th gen, wait, 4th gen, because 5th gen, wait, hold on. 4th gen is, yeah, and then 5th gen is, we're in 6th, yeah, so 4th gen. Have you never fought Gammoth? Because you said 4th gen, not like a 4th gen game specifically. I don't even own GU? Damn. Oh! Maybe that's why. Oh, no, because that's more of a visual thing. I was about to say, maybe that's why you could, that's why you were talking about the whole, like, Thunderlord, Apex, like, bug stuff that we were talking about. And like, no, Apex doesn't have it. And I'm like, no, he does, because it looks exactly like this one. But you don't need to fight Thunderlord to like see like the attacks. So never mind. I was gonna say that makes sense for like the confusion, but kind of not really. Not thinking about it. I exist? Oh my god, no way. It's reptiles. I mean, I've never played World, but I'm already a Nergigante defender. A Nergigante defender? Never played World, but you gotta play some World. World is awesome. World and Iceborne are like like there are like a few, like there are Monster Hunter games where like you can ask someone, like, hey, should I play this? It's like, maybe it's not like on your like top list, right? But like World and Iceborne should like be like top 3 Monster Hunter games you should try. In no order, you should at least try them. I think 4th gen in general, you should just do. You should just try. Then it's World and Iceborne, and it's kind of mixed for me on whether or not you should do Rise, because then you also have Sunbreak, or Wilds. I think Wilds, I think Rise and Sunbreak, because it's a package deal and you get more bang for your buck. Because if you're going to get Rise, most likely you're going to get Sunbreak. Although if you weren't going to get Sunbreak, I would say Wilds then. Who's top 2 and 1? I literally just said that. Although I'm not saying it as in like specific order you should like play them. I'm saying in a general sense, these are like my top 3. These are like my 3, like, oh, it's not even games really. I guess unironically, I guess it's just like 4th gen, 5th gen, and then 6th gen. I guess are just the because I can't really tell if you should really play Generations, like Generations Ultimate, or like For You. I actually can't really tell. Me personally, I'm a bit biased to like GU, I think. But like, you'd be cheating yourself out of Apex or Regulos, and I don't know if I can really condone, you know, you not fighting him. Oh, you got rights earlier this month. I'm going to. Oh, who are you people? Hello, Gnarly. Also, ABD. Hello. Did I say hi to you, ABD? I didn't even say hi to you. Hello, ABD. I look, you got Rise and World earlier this month, and I'm going through Rise again. I got Rise day 1, but my Switch broke in 24, and then after I play World, oh, in 24. So I think like 2024. Then I played with World. Cool. You know, there's one thing that I like. It's fine, but I give you a side eye whenever I see someone do this. And again, there's no rhyme or reason. It's just that I think it's just me with how I play video games. I think it's weird when like someone plays like Crystal, right? Like okay, I'm not like saying she's bad for this or anything like super negative at all. But it's like I always give someone a side eye whenever like they play like a piece of one game and then go to another game, and I play a piece of that game, and then go to another game, and then I play a piece of that game, and they just never finish any of the games that they were playing. Like Crystal hasn't even gone to like high rank, I don't think. Like Crystal hasn't even gone to Rajank in Rise. She did play Wilds. And Generations Ultimate is actually something she's getting into. And World, she hasn't finished. But again, it's just because I'm like, I feel like you should play like the game that you really like all the way through, and then play another game that you really like all the way through. I'm not saying you can't take breaks, you have to do it in one go, but it's like literally like just skipping game to game to game to game. My cousin does it a lot. And it's like, bro, just fucking play the game. I think my dog out soon. I just thought I'd drop in and say hi. I have another hour drive tomorrow. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But by average, you take care of your dog, okay? You take good care of that doggo. Rise and Sunbreaker Peak, I can confirm. I can also confirm that. But people who said that Rise isn't peak, like day one of Rise, like if you were to say that Rise is peak back when Rise released, base Rise, just base Rise, no Sunbreak released, you'd be looked at, well, like, fuck is this guy talking about? But of course, that's just how it is for every single Monster Hunter game. That's just how it is. Every other new Monster Hunter game that comes out, that's just how it is. I'm still here for now? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, you say I gotta take my dog out soon. Okay. GU is like a slow burner for me. I'm gonna enjoy it like how I enjoy desserts. And that's, I'm not trying to say that you can't, like, stop and then play a different game, right? Like, let's say you beat all of, like, you're in world, right? And you beat all of, like, low rank, right? And then a new game comes out, and you really want to play that game, right? And you really want to play that game, right? You were having you're having a blast with the world, but a new game came out, and you're really anticipating it, and so you, like, went to go play it, right? Or a giant new update came out for an old game that you really loved, right? So you go to play that for a bit, and you play it for, like, 2 weeks or 3 weeks. It's like, okay, fine, right? That's completely fine. But then it's like, you then pick up a new Monster Hunter game to play, and you're playing that. It's like, brother, what the fuck happened to the other game the other Monster Hunter game you were playing? What happened? People just pretending Wild release worse than Rise. You would actually... I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you, it's literal pattern recognition. When people are like, Wild is so bad. It's so bad. Literally the worst. It's like, are we not seeing the pattern here? Are we not seeing the pattern here? You guys fucking said that about Rise. Come like a year or two later, you guys are now like, oh my goodness. Rise. I love Rise. Kachan, I love it. Shut your dumb ass up. Bro, shut up. And now people are like, Wild? Yeah, I love Wild. Ah! Fucking get that slap off my fucking page, man. What's with the bullshit? I can't form opinions on Sunbreak anymore. The Risen Shagaru farming has successfully rotted my brain. I have actually yet to fight any other Risen other than Kushala. Because I was saving fighting the Risens for videos, and I didn't get back into Sunbreak. So I haven't fought the Risens. Well, I fought Kushala, obviously, because I have a video on it. But, like, the other Risens, I haven't fought it. Wilds is already my second favorite game behind Expedition 33, but it became my favorite of all time when Ascendance releases. That's what I'm saying. Like, Ascendance is going to release. It's going to pop the fuck off. And then people are going to act like there wasn't any discourse with Wilds in the beginning. Fuck me, not even in the beginning. Like, 6 months into Wilds, like, release. People were still shit-talking it. But, like, now, people aren't shit-talking Wilds because the, like, PC issues were fixed. PC issues! Steam were fixed, by the way. I need to preface that. Console was fine. It was purely just PC. But no one ever really wants to mention that. No one ever wants to mention that. Oh my goodness, Blackie. Hello, Blackie. Are you working? I have to go to work very soon, and I just got here. Oh, okay. Oh man, I'm sorry. I used to think Wilds was mid until I beat high rank. Well, okay, here's the thing. Like, I wouldn't say it's mid. It's just that, like, I don't, like, the progression for, like, Worlds, Rise, and Wilds are, like, really different. Wilds feels completely different because of the wire bugs and, like, the story. World feels completely different because of, like, difficulty and the introduction to, like, open world for, like, a Monster Hunter game and stuff like that. And Wilds is just, like, way easier, but also looks like the sexiest. It's like, it's so weird to compare them all. But yes, in the beginning for Wilds, it wasn't so much a snooze fest, but it wasn't like you were struggling and you were, like, hitting a ton of walls. At least I didn't hit really any walls until, like, the Guardians, if anything. And even then, the Guardians weren't, like, wasn't a wall. It's just that I got, like, my first ever, like, feints from them. How'd you like it? The long way? Okay. Wilds is fumbling the whole ancient civilization, used immortal monsters thing. Like, the civilization is so old, it outdates the Scarlet Forest as a biome, and we only see one extinct monster. Only one extinct monster yet. That is the whole point of my video on Guardian monsters. You can literally add whatever the fuck you want. You can bring back basically anything you fucking want. Honestly, Aslos is one of my favorite monsters, and I don't care what anyone says about my baby boy. Good. I'm just saying that Raidal beats him. But, you know, good. I'm glad you liked him. I also like him. I also like Bolt Reaver. G5 quest? Will you ever try Greatsword? I have tried Greatsword. Actually, I've tried even Greatsword in Wilds. But it's just not for me. I see the appeal. I see the banana peel. But it's just not for me. Should have learned from Jurassic Park. Literally. Considering their own creation came back and killed them. So, yeah. How long will the stream last for? I'm gonna say the stream lasts for, like, 3 hours. Again, when I say short stream, it's short. Normal stream hour is, like, 4 hours at the very least. It has to be 4 hours for it to be considered normal. So, it's going to only be 3 hours. With that being said, are you guys ready to watch this? And again, now that Viper is here, I want to tell you something right now. He's not going to like that we're going to be watching this. I know he's not. But I told you why I got to watch it. Okay, I got to go now. Okay, bye, Average. Everyone say bye. We got to watch it because I technically haven't watched it. And I don't like the idea of forming my opinion on someone because of their video. And I haven't even watched their video. Wilds actually did something jaw-dropping with its story, something no other monster ever did. The Guardians reveals were so shocking when I played through on launch week. Like, wait, the Guardian reveal. So, like, the fact that Guardians existed, or like what reveal on the Guardians specifically? Are you talking about Guardian Arkveld, or are you talking about like the Guardians in general? And, like, their role and stuff. Ah. I gotta blow my nose. Why Fatalis should come back as a Guardian monster in Wilds? Oh, cool. I'm not sure if you noticed this. It already did. It's called Zoshia. Oh, I gotta blow my nose. Okay, Here we go. We are going to watch it. Death of a Game, Monster Hunter Wilds by Nerd Slayer Studios. I'm pretty sure I got that right. We're gonna watch it. Of course, I've heard not very good things about this. But, of course, you guys know me, right? I'll be fair. If I think the guy brings up a good point about something, I'll mention it. You know? I've even done that with Vara. You know? I've done that with Vara. I've, like, defended Vara on, like, one point when maybe someone didn't or something, right? I've even done with Vara. I think I've only done it, like, once, maybe even twice, because Vara in general is, like, it's, like, it's not even the barrel of the, it's not even the bottom of the barrel. It's, like, literally, like, the underside of the barrel that's literally touching the muck on the floor. But, you know, I'll be fair. Hand rubbing. Yo spot emoji. Bro. I gotta work now. Bye, everyone. I might be back on lunch break. Okay, bye, Brecky. Bye-bye. Everyone say bye. I'm out of my depth with this one, guys. Oh, peak video is such a based opinion. I'm joking. Okay. It's 28 minutes, so you know what that means. This is going to take us like a minute to actually react to and talk about points. I'm not going to turn this into a video. I originally was going to do something about, like, actually contacting this guy and actually, like, making a video about the guy himself. But then I would read through how he interacts with his comments. I would read, like, general sentiment about him. And I even watched, like, one of his other... I skimmed through. I should be more specific. I skimmed through one of his other videos that he did on just, like, a random game. And if I'm being honest, I don't think I don't really want to talk to this guy. He just doesn't seem likable. He doesn't even seem reasonable. So, but again, I don't want to hard judge him because I haven't truly watched, like, a video, like, from start to finish. So that's what we're going to be doing. Did you even check what I sent you? Oh, yeah, the video that you sent. I didn't check it out, but I saw it. And we could react to it today. That's fine. If only there's an hour-long video you could react to. I know, gnarly, unfortunate. Anyways, there we go. Let me know if the audio's too loud. In fact, I'll just, like, turn it down like this, just to be certain. And you know what okay, real quick. I know I'm already pausing. You know what I think that also kind of irks me a little bit? Kind of bothers me a bit? It's like, if this guy was just like a slop channel, or I kind of low-key think he is a slop channel, but like, he gives the appearance of like high-quality analysis and discussion. But I feel like I'm not gonna get that. But again, we're gonna watch for that to be certain. But as what I've been kind of gathering from the bits and pieces of like things I've seen about him.
Hello, detectives. We have another case that has us returning to Japan. The land of online RPGs that almost always focuses more on action.
So, I've watched, like, I think 3 minutes of this video. So, yes, I have pre-watched the first 3 minutes of this video about
graphics, and power gaming and progression in their games. While we have already covered the founding pioneer in the genre, Phantasy Star Online, being a pioneer in more ways than one.
Man, do you guys miss the original? I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what it is, but something about seeing, like, the original first trailer for Wilds, man, that shit hits different.
For Japan, as they brought them online and online on console too, a unique element of their market in fact. We haven't covered the much bigger commercial hit series, though, that spawned from its foundations, Monster Hunter. For reference, while Phantasy Star Online was widely successful for its time by comparison, it made somewhere in the realm of 1 to 1.5 billion over its long life cycle, over like 2 major titles. Compare this to Monster Hunter and you see the difference in scale, as it was able to make well over 8 billion in revenue. The Monster Hunter franchise
you already know, because it's just that good. It's just that good.
Accomplish this by
captions, maybe. Ooh, here you go. Okay, guys, I got to go as well. Have a good stream. Okay, bye, Gnarly. Everyone say bye. Everyone say bye, Gnarly. Take care, Gnarly. If the bowguns didn't exist, which weapon would you main? It would either be longsword, bow, and a tie for third place with sword and shield and dual blades.
Establishing a working formula. You choose your weapon type serving as your class, party and teammates, usually other players like in Phantasy Star Online, and you choose which monsters you wanted to hunt, as the series name implied. This successful and simple formula has netted the series a bunch of titles, but the series was largely local until the massive success of Monster Hunter World, which dropped back in 2018. And
God damn, bro. Don't tell me World is about to be a decade-old game. Don't fucking tell me that, bro. Please, bro. I can't fucking do it. I can't do it, man. I can't. Please. I have too many memories. Please don't.
its expansion, Iceborne, which would manage to sell a combined whopping 44 million copies, more than every single Monster Hunter game in sales combined prior.
I can fact check this. I'm not going to. I'm just going to leave that there. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm just going to leave it there.
Since then, the series has only largely continued to grow, managing to continue to sell quite well and make a presence that is now known way more globally than just its most popular market in Japan. This was all leading up to their launch of their biggest title yet, or at least the one that was set to be, Monster Hunter Wilds, in the beginning of 2025. While this title would manage to blaze through selling 8 million copies in just a jiffy, it would ultimately peter out at just about 11 million copies sold, a far cry from their last few titles. And since has been rated mixed according to Steam, meanwhile the previous two titles there are rated very positive by comparison. The game's population started in
No, please don't tell me this is going to be a fucking, like, Steam chart video. Oh my god, I can't handle it. If it's going to be a Steam chart video, please don't. Like, if he brings up reviews, like Steam reviews and the Steam charts, like, once, just to make, like, a small point in one specific section about something that's actually, like, related to something like player population and stuff like that, like, one time, I would accept it. If he brings it up as being like a core point of certain things, I'm going to lose my top.
Incredibly positively, and now as of May of 2026 is
so we skipping Rise? Yeah, I guess so.
At less than 2% of the original game audience, having lost the other 98% in just over a year.
Okay, you see, I don't like how he frames this. So listen to what he says here.
Titles there are rated very positive by comparison. The game's population started incredibly positively, and now as of May of 2026 is sitting at less than 2% of the original game audience, having lost the other 98% in just over a year.
So when you hear that, you think, oh my goodness, that's horrible. That's just downright atrocious. How could this be? Little do you know, that's like literally every single Monster Hunter game. Like every single Monster Hunter game, like eventually loses like 90% of its like player base. 95% of its player base from like its absolute peak. I don't know what to tell you, brother. That's just Monster Hunter. And it's like very healthy for the games. Like for other games, maybe not so much. But like for Monster Hunter, this is like just literally normal. It's literally just normal. That is just how it do be. You know what I'm saying? So this is why you can't. Monster Hunter is such a weird game in the sense of you really can't really compare its like life cycle and like the game itself to a lot of other games. Well, of course you could compare it, right, to other games. But it's like you can't really put one-to-one with certain like analytics and certain things because there's a lot of nuance when it comes to Monster Hunter as like a game series. So on paper, saying that it lost 98% of its player base in just a year sounds really bad. Little do you know, that literally just makes sense for a Monster Hunter game. And this is just Steam, by the way. Yes, it is Steam. The platform that had the most issues with, he's taking that away from that. I'm very curious on what it would have been for console, like PlayStation or Xbox. Maybe it would have been still like in the, again, it probably would still be in the 90s, but maybe it would have been like 92%, right? Oh my goodness, is that Reddy? Hello, Reddy. Hello, Hunt. How are you?
What went wrong with the most popular ORPG or MMORPG franchise globally, and a founding father of the genre, having been putting out titles in that field for 22 years now? We will find out that and more, including, most importantly, the largest contributing factors to the failure of Monster Hunter Wilds. The Death of the Game series is a series where we investigate the largest...
Okay, I'm sorry. Saying the failure of Monster Hunter Wilds is nuts. It's nuts. If you want to say that Wilds, a Monster Hunter game, doesn't have a ton of longevity, you would also just be wrong with saying that, because every single, like, if you play, like, Wilds, you're gonna want to play the other Monster Hunter games. That's just how it is. Right? But saying that, like, Monster Hunter Wilds is a failure? Dog, 8 million copies? Sold? That's a failure. That's a failure. Was it 8 million? I'm gonna go back. I'm just gonna make sure.
Has been rated mixed. Copies sold, a far cry fee. It would ultimately
8 million. Are you saying that's a failure? In any general sense, are you saying that's a failure? If the game studios are really money hungry, you think they're gonna see 8 million and go, fuck, we were supposed to sell 50 million copies. Shut up. Shut up.
factors to the failure of Monster Hunter Wilds. The Death of the Game series is
I better not see him glazing the DLC. Brother, his entire channel is about talking about dead games. If the DLC pops the fuck off, you're never gonna see him mention it. Same thing with Vara Dark.
Series where we investigate.
I'm sorry, Vara Hazak. I should have said her name right. I'm sorry.
Largest contributing factors to a game's death or process of dying by utilizing.
It did say that it sold less than expected, and okay, but less than expected isn't a failure. It's less than you expected, but it's not a failure. Right? If, let's say I did a job for someone, and I was expecting to get paid $100, but instead I got paid $80. That's less than I expected. But $80 is still pretty decent for the job I did. Whatever hypothetical job I fucking did. Right? In no case can, like, 80... Especially for, like, a AAA game, like Wilds and stuff. Like, 8 million copies sold just cannot be considered a failure. They won more than they spent? Yes, literally. It's impossible. It would be... Wilds would have to be, like, one of the most expensive games ever. Literally, actually, ever. For 8 million copies sold to be considered a failure. It would have to be, like, the most expensive game. It'd have to be, like, GTA 6 type shit.
A timeline of events, filled with clues and bits of evidence. Most importantly...
I'm sorry, I wasn't really paying attention. Can you go back? I'm sorry.
The largest contributing factors to the failure of Monster Hunter Wilds. The Death of the Game series is a series where we investigate the largest contributing factors.
Oh, also, I'm sorry I didn't see your thing. Sorry, I wasn't around for last stream. No, you're completely fine, Reddy. I'm sorry. I saw that you said something, Reddy. I'm sorry, I didn't even read your thing. I'm just so... This video got my attention. I'm sorry. I mean, I know many people who now play old Monster Hunter games. Yes. Alright, let's continue.
To a game's death or process of dying by utilizing a timeline of events, filled with clues and bits of evidence. Most importantly, we activate our detective intuition, especially during the final deduction, where we crack the case for good, in case you missed any of the clues along the way. Choose.
Okay, so from what I understand, let's watch it one more time, because I feel like this is going to be really important and really good for, like, judging him. He is going to be giving us clues, and he's going to be giving us reasons why the game is quote-unquote dead. Right? So if he ever makes a point in this video, it is with the underlying, like, opinion of that, like, this is a contributing factor as to why it's dead. Alright, so that's what I'm understanding.
To a game's death or process of dying by utilizing a timeline of events, filled with clues and bits of evidence. Most importantly, we activate our detective intuition, especially during the final deduction, where we crack the case for good, in case you missed any of the clues along the way.
Alright, we're gonna crack
Choose
the
your
case!
weapon, detectives. We have some monster hunting to do.
I'm gonna do light bowgun. I'm gonna do light bowgun. I don't know what you guys are gonna do, but I'm gonna do light bowgun. Alright, hunters, we're gonna crack the case. We're gonna crack the case. Yes, sir.
The story begins with the ever-growing Monster Hunter series, originally formulated back in 2004 as a largely handheld-focused series, which it would remain for like another 12 years. That was until Monster Hunter World would make its appearance on consoles in the beginning of 2018 before...
I never... Okay, unlike the, like, hype for Wilds in the first trailer for that and all that, and I got into that, World was like... I actually didn't get super into World. And, like, I didn't see this, but this must have been, like, literally earth-shattering for the Monster Hunter community. Like, World, like, the announcement for World, it must have been, like, literally It was game-changing. It is literally game-changing.
Following that up with a PC launch in the fall. Before this point, the series had largely sold the best under the Freedom moniker, a PSP Monster Hunter title that would have as many as like 3+ titles released under it, and well, 3 more if you count Generations as well, and well, eventually Monster Hunter Rise. Why would you count these? Well, that's because the lead director behind those games was the same guy, Yasunori Ichinoshi. This is relevant because in Japanese game development especially, game directors have particular styles and ways of handling titles, and oftentimes alternate from game to game, which can have some serious style and design impacts on the next game.
Yes, so like the people who made Rise were not the same people who made, I'm sorry, the people who made World are not the same people who made Rise. Like, those were like 2 different things, 2 different teams. Yes.
The next leg of the race for Monster Hunter was their 4th iteration.
I saved 50% on my car insurance premium with this.
Oh my god, a smiley face? Oh my god, tell me more. Wait, your audio's getting cut out? Wait, oh my god. Wait. Okay, never mind.
4, and the Generation series, and of course Ultimate follow-ups, which would both prove to be even more successful than the previous Freedom styles commercially. Monster Hunter 4 and all mainline titles were directed by none other than Konami Fujioka, including the more successful previous...
By the way, when it comes to like these older title like names and all this, and like the people who made it, I can't confirm or deny, because I'm more of a newer Monster Hunter, so when you talk about like old Monster Hunter, I say new, brother. Generations came out a long time ago. But, I just never paid attention to the older stuff, especially since, like, older stuff. So I can't really judge harshly on this. I'm just gonna have to, like, let this play and see what you guys think. Oh, he actually asked ChatGPT. That's not the name of the guy. The guy who made, the game director and all this?
Be even more successful than the previous Freedom styles commercially. Monster Hunter 4 and all mainline titles were directed by none other than Konami Fujioka.
Why is bro watching Carnage?
Including the more successful previous Monster Hunter 3, which was particularly known for being rather difficult. Following the Ultimate...
Was it known for being difficult? Was 3 known for being difficult, or just having mechanics that weren't like that just weren't seen at the time? Well, to be fair, every Monster Hunter game has like a new mechanic that really hasn't been seen at the time. I mean, there's like touches of old mechanics and stuff like that carry over some stuff, but that's like the whole point of like new Monster Hunter games. Like, you get new stuff.
Release of Monster Hunter 4, Fujioka.
The portable game director? Oh, so he just like lied? Or did he like mispronounce it?
Fujioka would shift to the executive art director on both World and Wilds in the future. The lead planner of Monster Hunter 4, Yuya Takuda, would become the next game's lead game director, a developer who originally was a passionate, hardcore Monster Hunter gamer who wanted the game to have more realism and immersion to the series. Takuda was in charge of Monster Hunter World, which would manage to sell a whopping 44 million copies across the base game and expansion, and, well, all platforms. Okay, so across World and Iceborne and all platforms. Got it. A title that is often accused of being a strong departure from the Monster Hunter series by its fans, as it focused more on immersion and simulation aspects that would be required to hunt monsters properly. The slower and more deliberate combat and positioning was a bit of a turnoff for some with Monster Hunter World, as what came alongside it was a rather difficult game, especially because as you progressed and took on more difficult foes, some gamers being unable to even complete the game's more difficult bosses, a callback to the series' third game, a notoriously difficult one. This was significant.
Notoriously difficult? Notoriously difficult? Maybe I'm just not tapped in like that, but notoriously difficult? I don't know. Like, yes, there are like old head purist like Monster Hunter fans who are like, the newer games are trash. You should play the old games. The old games is like the real Monster Hunter. Like the real Monster Hunter experience. Like, I get that. But like, I feel like that wasn't like a giant... Was that a giant consensus? Again, the beginning of World and stuff, I didn't really see the discourse as much. As much as I like... Now, as I would have to like go back and see it. But at the time, I just like played the game and I enjoyed the game. That's it. On positioning, bro, 4th gen is right there. I'm back. Oh my goodness. Hello. Hello, average. Bro made me jump. How is that people describe Monster Hunter 3G as easy? I don't know. Like, okay, here's the thing. He's saying particularly difficult. I don't know if people have been... I mean, maybe people just don't talk about it as much because there's a lot of, like, newer Monster Hunter fans. And so they haven't played 3, me included. But it's like, I don't think I've heard people talk about how it's, like, particularly difficult. I saw it more particularly as controversial because of the water mechanic and, you know, swimming and all that. But difficult? Maybe I just haven't heard that.
Because as Capcom would later confirm, a large amount of the next title in the series' focus would be trying to meet a wider range of players, including cutting down on things like travel times, allowing for auto-travel mounts, and more, as we will discuss later on.
Okay, you guys are going to get super mad at me, and you're going to call me a LARPer. I have yet. Although, if you know me and the fact that I don't really do, like, side quests and stuff in Monster Hunter, you should know that, like, it shouldn't be too much of a shock. I have yet to get, like, the rideable, like, raptor wyverns and stuff. Like, the Woodwood and the Jagras and the Gyros and all that. I have yet to ever ride them. Never ridden them.
Development would start for Monster Hunter Wilds as the next premier title would be dubbed, sometime in 2019 or later, ultimately being in development for...
World only sold 33 million and 3U portable. Third was on the easier side. Well, no. He said 44 or something like that million across World, Iceborne, in all platforms. So that's the number he came up with. Now, I don't know if that number's actually true, but he wasn't just saying World.
About 6 to 7 years before being released. Being developed as well with Capcom's proprietary RE engine, the same one that was used for the majority of the Resident Evil and other Monster Hunter games too. But Capcom wasn't just focused on the next major
Oh my goodness, is that Rise? I'm about to say, am I hearing Rise music?
Monster Hunter title Wilds. They were also cooking up another Monster Hunter title, one that was a bit more handheld and console-focused, of course. Monster Hunter Rise was a return to Yoshinori Ichinoshi of the Freedom and Monster Hunter Portable fame, which was kind of like the majority of the audience, like both literally and historically at that point. Well, of course, up into World. Yasunori liked making his games have simple focuses, where shining in the action combat and overcoming your foe department, there was more about what his main focuses were about. Yasunori games have a distinct action feel to them, and are more approachable on the base level than the other Monster Hunter titles, including from Takuda. Monster Hunter Rise was this taken...
Okay, I might be tweaking, but I can't say anything because, again, I can't articulate and I can't really base my own judgment on these certain things, but like something felt off with what he was saying. I don't know how to describe it. Something felt off, but that could just be me. But I don't know how to articulate it.
To the next level, with even more approachable combat systems and a difficulty level as a series title. A more cooperative focused adventure, as it took just one tutorial mission and you could be playing with up to 3 of your friends too. Rise did a lot right, including taking the same seamless map approach that World had made famous for the first time in the series, and then making the game easier and more accessible in some ways outside of that. But there was some early writing on the wall, as the game would demonstrably be easier than World and even prior Monster Hunter games, but ultimately didn't have the same impact as World, as it was essentially just a handheld game or Switch game that was ported to other platforms like the PC.
Okay. I'm about to say, please tell me you're going to talk about the reception of Rise and stuff, because don't just mention Rise and then you don't talk about the reception of it first.
This could even be seen in the game's presentation, to be fair. It still sold massively impressively at 28 million copies sold, including with its expansion Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak, though over half of the game's sales had come from...
The way he said Sunbreak was really weird. Is that just me?
With its expansion Monster Hunter Rise Sunbreak, though
Sunbreak. Maybe just the way he said it.
over half of the game's sales had come from just the Switch. Wow Wows was Takuta's game.
Average, someone describe average what we're watching here. Like a genuine, actual, like, description of what we're watching here. Because listen, it's going to be a short stream. I don't have 6 hours to yap all day long. And we're going to be yapping way more through this as he actually goes into Wilds, so...
I think Rise was really worth mentioning because it's the closest comparison to Wilds in many ways, even over World in my opinion, all the way down to the game's base design. Main difference being, on the surface, Wilds was looking to be a serious player on PC, like World was, and taking elements from Rise's design there might have proven problematic because of that. Though it did mimic one major...
Wait, I'm sorry, say that again?
...was looking to be a serious player on PC, like World was.
Well... World didn't start out on PC. It was a console game. And then it became available for PC. So Wilds was starting out with the consoles too. So it was going to be consoles and PC. Whereas World was just consoles. But I guess, I suppose, yes.
And taking elements from Rise's design there might have proven problematic because of that. Though it did mimic elements from Rise's design there might have proven problematic because of that. Though it...
elements from Rise's design... So Wilds was taking elements from... Rise?
Taking elements from Rise was looking to be a serious player on PC, like World was. And taking elements from Rise's design there might have proven problematic because of that. Though it did mimic one major aspect of Worlds' design, which was how progressing through the main story
okay, I think I'm just looking
your campaign would be linked to your progress or gameplay in multiplayer, which would prove to be quite problematic later on. Monster Hunter Wilds would be publicly announced December 7th, 2023, being the first time the public really got to see how serious the title was and like the production aspects, both in how many high-quality trailers would be churned out and how high-quality the cinematics were for them. Not a whole lot of info was released about the game's actual...
Wait. Were there like a ton of cinematics? Weren't they just like trailers? They were just trailers. Release was announced Wilds 2023? Wait, did he say actually 2023? Publicly announced? No. Wait. Because it took like 2 years. Did it not take like almost borderline 2 years for the game to come out? I remember that. I remember like we weren't going to get Wilds for like literally an entire year. Maybe his date's wrong. But like early 2024 seems about right. It was at the Game Awards. When's the Game Awards? Okay, this is why maybe I should pay attention to these things a little bit more. Yo, let me fact check this gentleman. Everyone fact check him. December. So it would have been December 2024. It was announced November. It was, in fact, December 2023. No, it's true. It was announced December 2023. I distinctly remember that, like, we weren't going to get the game for more than a year. It wasn't going to be a year and then we're going to get the game. No, it was going to be longer than a year until we got the game when it was first announced. I remember that. And if it was announced 2024 and the game came out 2025, no. Yeah, 2025. It seems The first trailer was half a year after this teaser. I was wrong. Nice. Red. I'm alert because I'm playing Cyberpunk 2027. Nice. Or not 2027, but 2077. It's my fault. It was announced during the Gamer Awards. I gotta go, guys. Aw, I'm sorry, X. You have a great day. Everyone say bye. So it was either December, if the Game Awards are on December's, right, in December. So it was either December 2023 or December 2024. And if it came out in 2025, and it was definitely longer than yeah, it would have been December. I don't know if specifically December 7th, but then it would be 2023, no? The date is right. Okay, so the date is right. Wilds was officially announced at the Game Awards in December. Yeah, so it couldn't, because of the wait time, it literally could have been, it could not have been, it could not have been 2024 when it was first publicly announced, because the wait time there wouldn't match up. But damn, 3 years? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm saying, like, it feels so nostalgic. It feels so weird. Seeing, like, the first trailer and all that. Okay, let's actually watch, like, the whole thing over again.
Quite problematic later on. Monster Hunter Wilds would be publicly announced December 7th.
Let that be known, though. Publicly announced. Not that, like, we didn't know, like, Wilds was coming out, but, like, publicly announced.
2023, being the first time the public really got to see how serious the title was in, like, the production aspects, both in how many high-quality trailers would be churned out and how high-quality the cinematics were for.
Okay, see, this is what I'm curious about. When he says trailers, when he says high-quality trailers, I'm like, well, the game itself is high quality, and so the trailers were just, like, pieces of the game, right? It's trailers of the game. We got Scarlet Forest, we got, well, it's not Lost Part Wasteland, but the, Windward Plains, we got, you know, Ice Shard Cliffs trailer, we got Old Well Basin trailer, but those were just stuff from the game, right? And the game itself is high quality, so that I understand. But he's saying high quality cinematics?
And how many high quality.
I think he means production wise, not just visual. No, because he's saying high quality trailers would be churned out, which yes, there were 5? 6? I can't remember. Were there only 4? No. There were definitely 4, because there's 4 maps.
Trailers would be churned out and how high quality the cinematics were.
But he says cinematics. Were there cinematics? He probably meant cinematics as in the cinematic scenes within the trailers. When are your streams so I can show someone I can narrate my favorite gunner? My streams are Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. 11 a.m. to at least 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. at the very least. Streams usually go longer than 4 p.m. But it has, for a normal stream, it's 4 p.m. So it's like 4 hours. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It would be 3 p.m. I'm so sorry. Yeah, because then that's 4 hours. My fault. And it's Mountain Daylight Time. Mountain Daylight Time is the time zone for when I start. So, I gotta go. Okay, bye, Tron. Everyone say bye. So my super time up here in Atlanta again. Same days as Mari. I know, right? I was like, oh, that's cool. Same days as Mari. Hey, if anything, she copied me, alright? She copied me, if anything, alright? I don't know if she copied me. Yeah, that's just a joke. Adios, my people. Adios, Tron. But, It probably meant cinematics, and then the cinematic scenes within the No, because he is distinctly
them.
saying two things here. I know I'm kind of getting a little bit like hung up on this, but like that's weird to say, no? Because he's saying, look, okay, he's saying this, look.
Time the public really got to see how serious the title was and like the production aspects, both in
Production aspects, yes.
how many high quality trailers would be churned out,
How many high quality trailers would be turned out,
and how
and
high quality the cinematics were for them.
oh, for them. Okay, never mind. For them, as in for the trailers. My fault. I thought he meant for it. For some reason, I said for it, so I thought it was Wilds. So I thought he was a distinctly different thing. Never mind. I'm an idiot.
Not a whole lot of info was released about the game's actual systems, though, and the reason that was significant was that they were introducing many of them for
She's
the
getting
first time
copied
for the
again,
series, and by not revealing them before launch, they couldn't really draw upon feedback from that, I would think. And unless they were working through the holidays, I don't even know if they would have enough time to collect the feedback during their Open Beta 1 in October 2024.
I didn't follow the betas and the alphas as much as other people did. I only have, like, glimpses of this stuff. Because, I think at this time, I wasn't, like, fully, like, tuned in on content, so I wasn't, like, fully going into, like, Wilds and stuff. But this is, like, the start of, like, my my third chapter. The third chapter.
Beta would
my
only
channel.
run for like 70 hours, and during that time was able to balloon up to an impressive over 460,000 concurrent players on Steam. The success
Hello, Hyland.
was insane, but the bigger problem was the feedback being on Steam. The success was insane, but the bigger problem...
Okay, this is something I want to see. So whenever he pulls up Steam, I'm very curious if he's ever going to talk about, like, console. Now, I know we don't really have a way to actually, like, get metrics for console numbers unless we are given the numbers. So I understand that, and I understand why people specifically say Steam a lot, right? However, you do have to keep in mind that it's not like Steam... Well, Steam maybe was the main platform, but Steam was the platform that had the most issues. The other platforms, like console, like PlayStation and Xbox, almost didn't have the major issues that Steam did. That, you know, PC did. So I hope he makes a distinction here. I hope he doesn't just purely go off on Steam.
Current players on Steam. The success was insane, but the bigger problem was the feedback being given and how little time they were actually going to have to fix things. Wilds like World and Rise had an open world, but a much bigger one, with some zones being like 2 to 3 times the size from the previous games. This, alongside how the title was clearly highly focused on a high-fidelity graphical presentation, would contribute to some serious performance issues plaguing players since the fall 2024 beta. The next open...
Humanity is dying.
Yeah, there were issues. There were issues with the beta and stuff. Yep, 100% there were. I know that. I didn't play but I do that.
dropped just a few months later, February 15th, 2020.
Also, not all PC players get the game on Steam. It's true.
5, which was just weeks before they were set to launch. Problem was, the performance wasn't fixed, and anywhere from mid-range to high-end PCs were suffering.
Ah! Freeman, how are you? How interesting. Are you insane? If you get it, you get it. But, no. The actual, like, regardless on, even if, like, consoles, I'm sorry, were also a big factor for Wilds and all that, PC, they were planning on PC being a main platform that it's going to launch with. And with it being in this state, with how vocal PC players are in general, this was just really bad. It was really bad. You just can't really, like, you can't really defend it. Like, this is one of the few criticisms of Wilds where it's, like, pretty cutthroat. It's like, yes. Like, yes. It was bad. It was bad. However, just because it was bad doesn't mean the game is bad. You get what I'm saying?
Suffering from the CPU heavy bones of the game, and alongside the high-res texture pack that you would need at least like 60 gigabytes of RAM to use. The DLSS system, or temporal upscaling, was also a mess and often required.
Any talk about like computers and stuff, I'm not going to be able to understand that. Maybe if I had Tiger here, yeah, he'd be able to clue me in, but Tiger's working, so.
Would make your game annoyingly blurry in the process, but increase your performance.
Okay, people said, okay, here's the thing. Like what Viper said, like certain, like I've read that people were able to run like Wilds like perfectly fine on even like low, like basically weak computers. And they'd be fine. But even people who ran it on like fairly decent computers were getting like this. So it had to be something. I don't know what it was, but it had to be something that maybe people just weren't privy to.
Even on consoles, Wilds was suffering, as it would even drop from 60 frames in the performance mode, and that was with a scaling internal resolution that could sometimes drop as low as 720p, with the higher quality mode only being able to scrape just 30 frames. Wilds was gorgeous though, but at what cost? Its giant map size and likely high pixel count was causing innumerable performance issues, and considering this was just weeks before launch,
Issues on PC, a little bit of distinction there. I'm not sure if you want to add that in like right now, or you want to wait, like you want to finish your sentence and then add that in. But it was, it was an issue for PC.
there was no way that Capcom could actually alleviate these issues before, which despite the stellar marketing the game had been pushing, would likely lead to a lot of copies bought and then quickly abandoned. Monster Hunter Wilds would launch globally and on all major platforms.
Okay, so we didn't mention console. A bit of a red flag, but we keep on pushing it.
February 28th, 2025.
The launch, I was there. I was there for launch day.
Including where we're going to focus the most, the Steam PC launch. First tackling the critical reception of the game though.
Damn! God damn, I fucking love Dashiguma and Balaharu's interactions.
Which was actually pretty fantastic at 88 out of 100 from 100 plus different critics. For example, IGN Japan was quite high on the game, rating it
IGN, take IGN with a massive grain of salt. Even though it supports us with getting glazed and glazing Monster Hunter, take IGN with literally like a cup of salt.
a 9 out of 10, where they would call its world meticulously crafted and vast, and explain that they had very little complaints about the game, such as just the game's story pacing near the end. IGN Japan enjoyed the noob-friendly system of wounding now added to the game, where you could stun monsters by targeting their weakest parts, and
Is that a... Hold on.
friendly system of wounding.
Is wounds noob-friendly? Is wounding a noob-friendly system? Or is he saying that IGN said that? Like, IGN said that that wounding is noob-friendly. But even in general, do you guys consider wound, like, friendly? I mean, it's definitely nice. It's 100% nice. I don't know if it's like, maybe not noob-friendly, but it's definitely a big help. Arguably, yeah. It's at least arguably.
The game's story pacing near the end. IGN Japan enjoyed the noob-friendly system of wounding now added to the game, where you could stun monsters by targeting their
Let me go now. Bye. Okay, bye, ABD. Everyone say bye.
weakest parts, and sometimes even repeatedly stun them, making it quite easy for beginners and pretty much everyone else alike. IGN West, if you would like to call them that, would rate it a bit lower at like 8 out of 10, saying it was an obvious smoothing of some traditionally rougher edges of the series, in smart ways in their opinion, and that its flexible combat was some of the best in the series yet. But the critical reviews of Wilds were troubling for many reasons, to put it bluntly. Wilds was a perfect review game, where it was very much designed, more so for the first time, with its narrative-driven story mode campaign, to be beaten by its player base, and completed, which you can do in just like 15 hours, with no difficulty to speak of along the way, really. It was like the perfect video game journalism game. But once you
okay, hold on. Let's listen to this all over again. It's like this 20-second bit.
Wilds was a perfect review game where it was very much designed
Wilds is a perfect review game. Wilds is a perfect review game. What does that mean? What? Or it was very much designed more so for the first.
more so for the first time with its
So he's saying that it's a perfect review game because it's a game where you can play it one time really easily and have like a ton of fun, but it doesn't have a ton of replayability. So like you play it once and you would give it like a high score, but maybe if you dug deeper, you wouldn't give it a high score. Is that what I'm getting at? He means IGN glazed the game. Well, no, he's not even just talking about IGN. He's talking about he's talking about Wilds now. Purely Wilds. Because he's talking about people reviewing the game. So he's not even talking about, by the way, the shot goes hard. He's not even just talking about IGN specifically now. He's talking about, like, how, like, Wilds and how the game, like, plays.
But the critical reviews of Wilds were troubling for many reasons. To
The critical reviews, not just IGN now.
put it bluntly, Wilds was a perfect review game where it was very much designed more so for the first time with its narrative-driven story mode campaign to be beaten by its player base and completed, which you can do in just like 15 hours. But
To be beaten and completed. Am I tweaking? Like, very much designed so much for the first time with its narrative-driven story mode campaign to be beaten by its player base and completed. Which you can do in like 15 hours. Is the whole point of that, of like doing a campaign not to beat it? Is the whole point of like the story not to beat the story? I know he's saying you could do it easily, but like why say that the story mode is made like its narrative driven story mode campaign to be beaten by its player base and completed? It's like, yeah, so it has a story that you go through. Okay.
to be beaten by its player base and completed, which you can do in just like 15 hours with no difficulty to speak of along the way, really. It was like the perfect video
I don't know. I don't know. Wait, when is the end of the story? Like, the actual end of the story? Is that, like, the first fight? Is that Loreng Zoshia? Is Loreng Zoshia the end of the fight? Because, I'm not gonna lie, like, Gore, Jin, Rathalos, even, are, like, decent fights that you can have. Apparent Arkveld? Oh, like, Arkveld's a difficult fight when you first ever fight him.
game journalism game. But once you start to evaluate the player reception and reviews of Wilds, you realize that the critics and players had vastly different experiences for some obvious reasons I'm going to outline shortly. On Steam, from 80,000 plus Steam reviews, Wilds
Again, we are going to be wait. I was about to say, if he's doing numbers on player counts, we can't tell that for the console, but you can review the console reviews. You could 100% see the console reviews. Dude, talk about the console reviews. Oh, he might actually talk about it. Maybe I'm pausing too. Maybe I'm being a pause Andy here.
was the worst rated Monster Hunter game on Steam yet, at just 69% with a mixed score. The largest
The game just kind of came out, didn't it? Or are we talking about this now? If we're talking about how it is now, I mean, that, like, a mixed score is fine. The expansion hasn't come out yet. And if this is earlier on, then the title updates also hadn't come out yet. I'm assuming this is now? Is this now? Wilds was the worst, so this might have been before.
their game on Steam yet, at just 69% with a mixed score. The largest complaint
That's released? Yeah, then that's fine. Right? There's always going on, like, on launch, on launch, it would be nice for it to be good, like, mostly positive. But if it's mixed, then, I mean, that's fine on launch, right? The whole point is, like, the expansion and the title updates, like, really add to the base game. Well, to the base game, and then you have the expansion, right? So, like, it's fine that it's mixed.
Complaints largely ignored or unnoticed by the video game media were that the performance of the game was absolutely abysmal, with some players having extremely powerful PCs still eventually running into performance issues where they would have to clear their shaders after every new update, and worse, being unplayable for those without a spaceship. The next major issue was the
On PC. On PC. Now we talk about console. Now we talk about console, right? Right now. So now we talk about console, right?
difficulty level of the game was non-existent almost all the way through it. Even non-veteran Monster Hunter gamers were claiming that they were able to beat the story without ever dying a single time, and doing it even completely solo as well, which was made significantly easier to make the game apparently more approachable to more kinds of players. In veteran
I mean, that's true, right? Like, story, like, going through the story was, like, completely fine. Like, I remember fighting Zoshia for the first time, luring Zoshia, and I was like, man, this fight was, like, it wasn't really as hard as I thought. Like, I think literally, I fought Zoshia for the first time on stream, and I feel like I gave that same sentiment. Button smash Zoshia. Xbox, it was still ass. I wouldn't say that. I was fine on Xbox. And a lot of people were. Not saying that you wouldn't have issues. Depends on what Xbox you have. And what settings you have. I usually don't change the graphic settings or anything. Right? So, I'm not saying you couldn't have troubles. But, like, the overwhelmingly amount of, like, console players were, like, completely fine.
veterans were claiming, according to
Hello, Ginny.
my sources, that the game was essentially easy mode up until the later updates would add some more challenging fights, and even that was just like 3 to 4 of them at max. The completely disjointed multiplayer and how it functioned
I mean, yeah, well, I mean, I'm not gonna lie, Misune's challenging to a degree. Misune, legit, Chris, Seregios, Savage Omega, God, like, all the monsters that were, like, added were, like, actually challenging. And then you had, like, 9-star and 10-star monsters, which made monsters like Dashiguma, like, actually a threat.
didn't make matters any better, which also likely contributed to the players playing more solo. That's because Wilds would also introduce player-driven cutscenes and cinematics for the first time, which was great, being able to actually hear your own voice and have a more integral role in the plot, other than it just being kind of like an excuse to go hunt monsters.
I do like that. Like, sometimes I thought it was weird in World where it's like this big thing is happening and your guy just, like, looks, like, your character just, like, looks at the, like, the NPC, at, like, I don't know, at, like, the handler, and you just, like, give, like, this, like, your character doesn't say anything, and your handler just, like, instantly knows what you're thinking. That was always kind of weird to me.
There were actual stakes in the story, and characters were more heavily involved. This is a series that was largely essentially just like an extraction shooter, if you want to see it that way, as you would normally in previous Monster Hunter games not even interact with the world at all.
I think my brain turned off for like 10 seconds, huh? Hold on.
Have a more integral role in the plot, other than it just being kind of like an excuse to go hunt monsters.
I mean, Xbox S is like a Switch 2 or less. I mean, I have an Xbox S. Mine is fine. Of course, we got the Polygon Gravios every so often, but, like, overall, like, it was fine.
There were actual stakes in the story, and characters were more heavily involved. This is a series that was largely essentially just like an extraction shooter, if you want to see it that way.
Am I tweaking? How? Do you guys see the extraction shooter, like, correlation here? Am I tweaking? Am I tweaking? Extraction shooter. So the story and characters are more heavily involved. This is a series that was largely, essentially, like an extraction shooter. So story and characters are Oh, I'm so sorry. Story and characters for an extraction shooter. Even just that, it's like, I don't even think that's the fucking case. But, okay. Okay, he's kind of burning down the kitchen right now, but hold on. That doesn't mean the food is burnt. Maybe just the shelves are on fire, but maybe the food is still intact. Let's keep on watching.
There were actual stakes in the story, and characters were more heavily involved. This is a series that was largely essentially just like an extraction shooter, if you want to see it that way, as you would normally in previous.
Okay. Okay, he says if you want to see it that way, see it in what way?
Largely essentially just like an extraction shooter, if you want to see it that way, as you would normally in previous Monster Hunter games not even interact with the world at all, and just choose what missions or monsters you wanted to do, and then kind of do battle with them.
Yeah, like old Monster Hunter, right? Like old Monster Hunter.
This means that even if I think the game should have more story in it, many players who enjoyed Monster Hunter as a whole would likely disagree, as it's something that they weren't particularly used to, especially with it being so mandatory and not particularly challenging in Wilds, whereas you didn't have a choice and your friends would get kicked out of your party while playing through the story and transported elsewhere during cinematics.
I didn't really play with anyone. Like, I'm not gonna lie, Wilds, that's another critique that, like, I'm completely fine with. Like, Wilds, like, not onboarding, but, like, the whole, like, multiplayer shit with Wilds, it's so fucking complicated. It's so fucking complicated. For, like, no reason. I don't like it. I don't like it. But I can't really attest to this, because at this point in, like, this early stage of, like, Wilds, I wasn't playing with anyone.
And even having strange quirks like allowing grouping and environment.
He means, like, it's an extraction shooter, there's no story. No, wasn't he saying the focus on story and characters was like an extraction shooter in some way? It is not complicated? Bro, it's complicated.
Link only to certain areas, blocking off the ability to actually walk around the map and explore.
Or at least it's not straightforward. It's not in the same way where it's like old Monster Hunter games where it's like you just had a lobby and you can find it, click it, boom, you're in.
Having to reform your group every time instead, which is just strange with Monster Hunter Wilds being an ORPG at its core, and, you know, bragging about having this seamless open world. The actual cooperative experience here was fairly poor in Wilds, which is kind of like a death knell to any online RPG, really. Finally,
Online, yeah.
we should address two more major things before we move on with the timeline. That's the combat in Wilds, and the monster preparation or actual hunting parts of the game. The combat in Wilds is a super interesting topic, as is combat in general in the Monster Hunter series. That's because some Monster Hunter games like World or Rise were a bit more deliberate, especially World, with combat and approach to combat scenarios wanting players to—
I'm not gonna lie, that was beautiful. That was some really nice longsword gameplay.
Pick the right moment to strike and paying attention to monster behaviors and attack patterns properly. Whereas games or series like Freedom or Generations, or even the mainline series in some ways, require far less positioning and were more about straight hack-and-slash RPGing instead. And that's kind of what the majority of the game's longtime fanbase was used to up into World. But remember, the two most popular Monster Hunter games of, by orders of magnitude were Rise and World, which had contrasting gameplay styles that some veterans disliked. And personally, I like the combat in World and Wilds. The more intentional combat typically kind of makes me feel that way because you're more immersed into the game. But the problem with Wilds, however, was it was essentially taking too much inspiration from both Rise and World, which despite having similarities in their combat systems were pretty different games overall. Rise was more about grabbing your food, your correct item loadout, and then collecting any spirit birds or spirit birds around them.
Okay, so far I'm not saying anything because none of this is really like giving me clues on the death of the game, like how he says. Because remember, he's talking about, we're going to be talking about clues and context for why the game died. And so far, I don't see how this really correlates, but
Map, which would boost your stats, and getting into the action, rarely needing you to take a pause, heal up too much, or have to rethink your strategy, other than just—
is he saying that the gameplay is way different to like old Monster Hunter games, but it's like it's the new Wilds is a new style of play of trying to of how you would play Monster Hunter rather than like a GU or Try or something.
Hanging on things. That was because Rise was designed by the largely portable focused developer and director, Ichinoshi, who never really seemed to be interested in other styles of combat, whereas World and Wilds were directed by Takuda, who originally was recruited into the franchise with the big goal of making monsters have real noticeable behaviors. In a world with a proper ecosystem, Takuda was more focused clearly on things like immersion and World's story. These two clashes would create a problem where if you try too much to be like Worlds, or Rise, or both, you end up with a game that's quite confused about what it wants to be, which I think is the problem with Wilds. Its combat is fine, I think, and many would agree, but the game is too easy, which makes the combat actually worse, because it removes the need to actually have slower and more intentionally paced combat.
I think I know what it is. This guy sometimes just talks, and like I don't understand where he's coming from, and then he'll just say something crazy, and it'll fucking make my mind a blue screen. Let me hear this again. Let me hear all this again.
Too much to be like Worlds, or Rise, or both, you end up with a game that's quite confused about what it wants to be, which I think is the problem with Wilds. Its combat is fine, I think, and many would agree, but the game is too easy, which makes the combat actually worse, because it removes the need to actually have slower and more intentionally paced combat.
So... Wait, no, okay, so he thinks the combat is fine, but then he thinks the game is easy, so then the combat isn't fine. Or is he saying worse, as in, it's worse than what he would normally have fun with, but it's still not bad? Or he's saying worse in the context of, now it's bad because it's easy? I'm a little confused.
Confused about what it wants to be, which I think is the problem with Wilds. Its combat is fine, I think, and many would agree, but the game is too easy, which makes the combat actually worse, because it removes the need to actually have slower and more...
I just realized something. Has this guy played the game? Because I'm now just noticing that, like, here, he's, like, putting sources here, which, by the way, this is, like, way too small for a source. You gotta make the source bigger, brother. You gotta make the source bigger. Like, at least, like, I know I don't have my thing on the whole time, but whenever you see the source or footage by, it's, like, the entire top row of the screen. It's kind of hard to miss. Right? But, I barely see this down here. Like, I'm not looking at down here. I'm looking at the middle. But, like, has he even played this? I'm assuming he has, because he's saying, I think the combat is fine. Which, how would you have an opinion on the combat if you never played the game? Right? I mean, you can have an opinion on how the combat looks and whether or not you think you would enjoy it or not, but you can't say that the combat is fine if you never actually played the game. I mean, maybe he has, but I'm not sure if he's played, like, I'm not sure if he's even played, like Tempered Monsters. I actually didn't notice the source until you pointed it out. I know, the combat on its own is fine, but when you couple it with how easy the game was, especially at low rank, the combat feels worse. It feels worse if, like, the game feels easy, right? Because then you don't get the exhilarating feel. The moment you start getting to Tempered Monsters, you start getting to high rank, immediately the combat feels so good. But I can agree, if the combat in general could be good, but if the gameplay overall is so fucking easy that it doesn't matter because you can't even enjoy the combat because there's no stakes because it's so easy, I can understand that. But that only is really applicable to, like, the beginning story mode and, like, low rank and a bit of high rank. Towards, like, the middle and then after that of, like, in the general progression of the game, like, it's not really applicable. So even with what he's saying with, like, even with what he's saying, right, is that, like, the combat is fine, but it's easy. It's like, sure, it's easy, but it's only easy in, like, the beginning. You're gonna look me in the face, and you're gonna tell me that 10-star, 9-star gore is easy? Lick my nuts. Low rank should be easy. Yeah, but they're comparing it to, like, low rank world, where, like, low rank world, everyone is like, oh my god, Anjanath, oh my god, you know? So that's where people are coming from with that. Not that it's necessarily easy, but it's, like, comparatively so to, like, the other games, but even then, the other games were, like, not really super hard. Like, Crystal is going through, like, GU and breezing through it because she's actually, like, preparing for hunt and stuff. Like, if you prepare for hunt, like, no matter what Monster Hunter game it is, it's going to be easy. Now, if you just throw yourself towards a wall, you're going to hit that wall, and you're going to hit it hard. But that's, like, a player thing, rather than the game thing. But I don't get that. Wait, okay, hold on. I'm gonna let this play out again, and then I'm gonna see if maybe I'm, like, missing something.
You end up with a game that's quite confused about what it wants to be, which I think is
Oh, it's a hello person. Hello. Good seeing you here.
the problem with
How
WoWs.
are you? My day is going good.
Its combat is fine, I think, and many would agree, but the game is too...
Wait, who and I would agree? What?
Problem with WoWs. Its combat is fine, I think, and many would agree, but
I thought you said and him would agree, but many would agree.
the game is too easy, which makes the combat actually worse.
Okay, he's saying the game. Why would you say the game? Why would you say the game? You're seeing a motherfucker fight a tempered Seregios, and you think tempered Seregios is easy? Guys, show of hands right now. If you played Wilds, and you've, like, actually gone to, like, 9-star monsters, is the game, like, the entirety of the game, is it easy? Yes or no? I'm gonna say easy. Is it easy? Not like, oh, it's manageable. Like, once you really know what you're doing. Like, is it easy? Like, you can, like, the whole entire game, breeze through it. Tempered, beast through it. Savage Omega, get the fuck out of here, bro. Might as well be a coughing baby. And I'm the neutron star. That's how much of a mismatch this is. Get the fuck out of here. Like, the entire... Because keep in mind, he's saying the entire game. He's not preferencing anything. He's saying the game is easy. Right? Again, I feel like this guy... I don't think this guy plays the games. Which, if you look at his channel, it makes sense. This guy's making, like, a new... Like, this game is dead every, like, once or twice a week. And you just don't have enough time in your day to make a comprehensive analysis on a video while playing and buying that many games. You just can't do it. This is why he has so many sources for, like, everything. Because maybe he's played the game. I bet he hasn't got... I bet you money he hasn't fought in a tempered monster. Not even, like, 9-star, 10-star. I'm talking about, like, any tempered monster. The low rank is easy. Yeah, low rank is easy. I'm fine with saying that. But, like, the game as a whole? No. The moment you start getting to, like, Gore and just, like, Legitcris and all those, like, other high-ranking monsters, the game is no longer easy. I would even say before that, I would say, like, Rathalos is actually, like, a good fight. I wouldn't say Rathalos is easy.
And many would agree, but the game is too easy, which makes the combat actually worse.
Before Title Update 3, it's easy, then it got challenging. I wouldn't even say before 3. Okay, again, you're saying easy, as in, like, it wasn't a challenge in the slightest. It's easy. Okay? Not saying, was it whooping your ass until Title Update 3. It's like, He's saying easy, as in, like, it's, like, no issue. And, like, I'm sorry, but, like, Legicris, Misune, and Seregios, even in the title updates, not even including Gore, right, are just, in general, challenging monsters. Not even tempered. They're just challenging monsters. They're not easy.
Because it removes the need to actually have slower and more intentionally paced combat. What you're left with is an incredibly conflicted combat system, especially when you throw in the second point that I'm going to make, which is how
Okay, wait.
little monster prep would go into the monster hunting in Wilds, which was kind of like analogous to the series, largely. In Monster Hunter World and previous Monster Hunter games, this was an integral, unskippable part of the game, and that was after they already started adding many quality of life features with World, such as a base camp allowing you to be easily resupplied. Now, some people, myself included, argue that the over-exaggeration of how much monster prepping goes into the earlier Monster Hunter titles is, well, a bit over the top. Wilds' solution to the problem was to streamline instead of adding new ways to approach the problem, or just making them deeper or more fun.
I have to go back. First off, I think he's just wrong. Well, I don't think he's wrong in saying that, like, your enjoyment of a fight could change depending, even if the combat is good, that if the game is too easy, that the combat won't feel as fun. I can agree with that, but I just can't agree and the generalization that Wild is a easy game. I just can't do that. I just can't do that. I just can't do that. I'm sorry. Again, keep in mind, he's saying Gore is easy. He's saying Seregios, Legicris, Misune, Omega, easy. Not even Arc-Tempered, not Savage Omega, none of that. He's saying those guys, easy. When he's generalizing in a game, he's saying those guys are easy. So I think he's just wrong. I don't even think he even truly believes this. I think this is just like an opinion he's seen on the internet. And so he's just been, I think he's seen like 5 comments say this one thing, that like Wilds is too easy, and I think he just ran with it.
Is an incredibly
But this next point, I don't even know how to really address it.
conflicted combat system, especially when you throw in the second point that I'm going to make, which is how little monster prep would go into the monster hunting in Wilds, which was kind of like analogous to the series, largely.
Okay, I'm gonna say this, and I don't know why he's saying this for, like, okay, he does bring up, like, old gen, he does bring up old gen, but, like, I'm not gonna lie, other than traps and flash bombs, and maybe a dung bomb, in newer generation, like, new gen titles, so, like, World and, like, Up, I don't really care. I eat whatever I need to eat, and I get a trap if I need a trap. And if I don't need a trap, I don't need a trap. And a lot of people are fine with just playing it like that. Like, you don't... The reason why you have to prep so much in the older games is because it's not as mainline. It's not as streamlined. Right? But this isn't a Wilds thing. This is a new gen Monster Hunter thing versus old gen Monster Hunter thing. Because if I'm being honest, I haven't changed my, like, way of thinking on, like, preparing to hunt in World, Rise, and Wilds. Again, I eat whatever I want to eat. I get a trap if I have a trap. I'll get some flash bombs if I have flash bombs. And sometimes I don't even carry dung bombs. And that's it. That's all I prepare. For World, Rise, and Wilds, that's all I've ever really prepared. Other games, 1,000,000% I bring in more stuff. But that's because them the old days. Them the older games. So it's different. But this isn't a Wilds exclusive thing. Does that make sense? Do you guys understand what I'm saying? Like, he's trying to say that, like, you don't prep that much in Wilds. But, like, I feel like you don't need to prep that much in Rise or World E2. But he's prefacing this as if he's saying this is a Wilds thing. Or maybe he's saying this is a Wilds thing, but he's not bringing up the other games because the video's about Wilds. Maybe, but considering the fact that he's completely fine with bringing up other Monster title updates, title games to make his point, I feel like it's weird not to say that. I don't even eat in Freedom Unite. Just bring mega potions and honey and some traps. I eat and restock, maybe demon drugs and armor scam if I need it. That's it. Yeah, like there isn't really. I don't. Again, if this guy only played like 10 hours or so, then I understand, right? Because you really don't need to really prep that much. Well, it's not even that you don't even need to prep that much. It's like you don't have the materials because you're early game to even prep, even if you really wanted to. So even if that was the case, he doesn't play the game enough to the point where you would need to prep. So okay. Can I get a consensus? Okay. Can I get a consensus on this? We're gonna listen to this one time, and we're gonna say if we agree or disagree.
Especially when you throw in the second point that I'm going to make.
Here's the second point. I'm gonna let this play out, and then I'm gonna ask you guys, do you agree, yes or no?
Which is how little monster prep would go into the monster hunting and Wilds, which was kind of like analogous to the series, largely.
Yes or no?
In Monster Hunter World and previous Monster Hunter games, this was an integral, unskippable part of the game.
Yes or no? Do we agree that this is a Wilds thing? This isn't a World and Rise thing. This is a Wilds thing. This was an integral part of World. Motherfucker, you would be lucky if I brought Sonic Bombs to fight Diablos. You would be lucky if I even plucked them out of the sky. If I even crafted them. You would be lucky if I brought Muck Resistance for Geratotus. You would be lucky, if that. Because I wanted to try it out. Lick my fucking nuts. You don't know what you're talking about. It's a freedom thing. It's been happening since then. Streamlining been a thing since then. It's a streamline thing. I will agree. It like the preparation work between old gen and new gen. It's the thing, right? It is a thing, right? New gen, you definitely don't need to prep as much as you would maybe need to. And old gen, that is true. Whether or not you do prep in old gen doesn't really matter because you would probably, in more cases, need to prep in old gen rather than new gen. However, this is not a Wilds thing that he's making it out to be. Because again, we're gonna play this all again.
Paced combat. What you're left with is an incredibly conflicted combat system, especially when you throw in the second point that I'm going to make, which is how little monster prep would go into the monster hunting and Wilds, which was kind of like analogous to the series, largely.
See, if he stopped there, if he was like to Wilds and to analogous of the series in general, like new gen isn't the entirety of Monster Hunter. Everything that paved Monster Hunter is from old gen, right? Old gen paved the way for new gen. Obviously, that's just how it goes, right? So I would have said it's a weird way to word it, but I would have been okay with that, right? I would have been able to accept it with saying, yeah, Wilds comparatively to something like Try. Like, I don't know why you would specifically compare those games, but like old gen to new gen, I could kind of see that. And then he says some dumb shit like this.
In Monster Hunter World and previous Monster Hunter games, this was an integral, unskippable part of the game.
Unskippable for World. Unskippable. Unskippable. Don't know what you're talking about.
And that was after they already started adding mini quality of life.
His wording... He's wording his point strangely. Every Monster Hunter game I played, I bring potions and the weapons I think look cool, and I bash the wall in no matter what. Excuse me. Yes, I know. In fact, a lot of new players just kind of bash their heads into like whatever wall they have. That's a very gamer thing to do. I prepare for a hunt significantly more in Wilds than I do for World and Iceborne. And you know what? That's actually fair. There's like certain fights you need certain things. Like preparing because a monster has certain mechanics and stuff. Like that's fine, right? Like bringing flash bombs for specifically a Rathalos fight. That's preparing for a hunt, right? Because that's something maybe you wouldn't do for a Geratodus, right? But like that's not like a Wilds thing. It's not a wild specific thing. It's not a world specific thing. That's like a Monster Hunter specific thing. If you want to bring sonic bombs to a hunt, you're most likely going to bring them more for like Diablos than for maybe a fucking Nargacuga maybe. But that's like that's a Monster Hunter thing. That's not a wild. Okay.
Features with worlds, such as a base camp allowing you to be easily resupplied. Now, some people, myself included, argue that the over-exaggeration of how much monster prepping goes into the earlier Monster Hunter titles is, well, a bit over the top.
See, I can agree with that. I think some people were like, yeah, you really gotta get out the fucking mud and all this. It's really hardcore. And it's like, some people, like, gas it up a bit too much. Like, yes, I get it, but some people gas it up a bit too much. He is correct in that sense. Right? They do be gassing it up a bit, right? Like, old purist. But, like...
Wilds' solution to the problem was to streamline instead of adding new ways to approach the problem, or just making them deeper or more fun.
What's the issue? He said to the problem, what's the problem? Again, okay, so wait. What's the issue? What's the problem? Is the problem not preparing for a hunt? But you said world, it was integral, right? To prepare for a hunt in World 2. So what's the issue that Wilds is supposed to solve? What was the issue? Am I tweaking? What's the problem? Am I tweaking? Hold on.
Of how much monster prepping goes into the earlier Monster Hunter titles is, well, a bit over the top. Wilds' solution to the problem was to streamline instead of adding new ways to approach the problem.
Was to streamline instead of adding new ways to approach the problem, or just making them deeper or more fun. Viper, I need everyone I need, because you guys know, I am slow. I've been very open about this. Like, it takes me longer to understand some certain things, or to, like, make it click. Actually, we saw this in this stream right now, right? It took me a little bit while for, I misunderstand certain things. So, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't know what the problem is. He said problem, but what is the problem? Can any of you guys tell me that right now? Or is there no problem and he's just making shit up? Give the video a dislike for the for the crimes against humanity. I don't even want to, like, dislike. I don't even really want to dislike. Bro, don't fucking piss me off. I'm just now noticing something. Why? Okay, you are... This is the footage for someone going in the menu. For someone going in the menu. In a camp. You have dung pods, screen pods, traps, and a bomb, and other stuff. Couldn't you do this in early game? Why do you need footage of this? From someone else. This guy did a Vara Hazak and played the game for like 5 hours. There is no problem. LARP Sahor. The problem is him. He's just clearly rage baiting the community. Problem is he's on Reddit too much. All I'm hearing is a bunch of nonsensical yapping. The guy in the video is doing a terrible job at articulating his problem is. I can't even tell what he's complaining about. Yeah, okay, here's the thing, right? Like, there are certain things that I agree with, right? Where it's like the performance issues, right? Or it's like the early game being, quite frankly, like actually easy. Like, actually easy. And maybe you could have made it like a little bit more difficult in the sense of maybe how hard they hit or something, right? Because I like the movesets, right? Like certain things, but then he goes into these like rants and like he's so broad with what he's talking about. He doesn't actually go in depth about the things that he's talking about. You know what I'm saying? Is that just me? Yes or no? What's his YouTuber name? It's, Nerd Slayer Studios. Which, by the way, okay. I have to do the YouTube thing. I have to do the YouTuber thing. I'm sorry. I know you guys are Monster Hunter fans, and I know I can trust you guys in the community, but I still have to say it. I didn't say it in the beginning, but I had to say it now. Because we're talking more negatively about him. Don't go and harass this guy. We are hunters. As a community, as a Monster Hunter, in the Monster Hunter community, we are better than that. Do not do that. If you want to leave a dislike, I mean, that's up to you. But don't go into his comments saying hateful shit, okay? About him or anything like that. You can go to his video and critique his video, right? Like how I'm doing, I'm critiquing his video. But don't send hateful messaging and harass the guy, okay? Don't do that. Let me explain his point, how I understand him. And Capcom's eyes preparing for a hunt is a problem, and WoW's solution to that problem is to streamline the preparation process instead of the actual hunt. I know that's not how you're saying, because you're saying how I understand him. I don't even think that's how he's saying it. I've seen chihuahuas with that are smarter than this guy. LARPy Egal. If you wish doom upon him, simply ignore his channel. I mean, yeah, but again, I'm doing this more so for me than him. Just because I don't want to form an opinion on someone on their video about the game I love if I haven't even watched the video, right? So that is why we're watching it. Because I don't want to LARP and say his video is terrible, and then you ask me, like, what's bad about it, and I go, he's a big meanie head to the game I like. No, because I can't answer that because I never watched it. So we gotta watch it. Well, I have to watch it, and I'm doing it on stream.
Or just making them deeper or more fun. This just ends up being kind of confusing in design as you basically don't want players to be bothered by monster prepping, yet it still exists in a very streamlined state, almost making it like completely trivial. I think Tokuda needed to make the choice to expand more of these systems rather than just streamlining them, because if you only streamline and just file away even the sharpest point of a stick, you're eventually gonna run out of stick. And that—
What is bro yapping about? I didn't understand a lick of what the fuck you were saying. Holy fuck. What are you talking about? We have to watch that again. No way.
This just ends up being kind of confusing in design as you basically don't want players to be bothered by monster prepping, yet it still exists in a very streamlined state, almost making it like completely trivial. I think Tokuda needed to make the choice to expand more of these systems rather than just streamlining them, because if you only streamline and just file away even the sharpest point of a stick, you're eventually gonna run out of stick. And
what the fuck does that mean, Kobe Bryant? You guys know that Kanye meme? What the fuck does that mean, Kobe Bryant? You're welcome. What does that actually mean? Gang, what does that mean? What is it even sharpening his stick so much that you don't have enough stick? How does that, I get the, like, that in a sentence, right? You sharpen something, you sharpen a pencil too much, you're going to be left with no pencil left, right? But, like, How is that applicable here?
That's the worst thing about Wilds, ultimately, in the end. It's just an oversimplified and filed-down version of the Monster Hunter franchise that happens to have an incredibly alienating multiplayer system and piss-poor performance to boot.
No, 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 no. Are you the same animal and a different beast? What the fuck does that mean, Kobe Bryant? That's it, take his free speech license. I can't. Streamline is sharpening the and the stick is the game. Oh, okay. So if you keep on streamlining, you're not gonna have a game at the end of. So you keep on streamlining it, you're not gonna have a game. That's still a little bit weird, but okay. Okay, first off,
It's just an oversimplified and filed-down version of the Monster Hunter franchise.
saying that Wild is a oversimplified and filed down version of the Monster Hunter franchise, it's like, how can you say? First off, that's just blasphemy. Like, literally just like my entire, like, whole nutsack. That's just blasphemy. But two, Monster Hunter, like, experiments so much with their games, you could argue that, like, one game that, you can argue that, like, Stories is, like, completely different in a bastardization of the entirety of the Monster Hunter franchise. Because it's like Pokemon, and you ride them, and it's different. But it's not a filed down, oversimplified version of it. It's not like it betrays the franchise. It's just different. And I'm not even, this isn't anything to say on Stories, I'm sorry. I'm not saying talk negatively about Stories, but I just use that as an example here. It's an oversized and filed down version of the Monster Hunter franchise. Literally explain how that is. See how he doesn't, hold on. He doesn't say how. He says down version of the franchise that happens to have an incredibly alienating. So he's just saying that it's oversimplified and filed down. And doesn't explain why. He's saying, you might say, oh, but he said that earlier. No, he was just yapping a whole lot. All he did was take a step back. He was gassing himself up. He didn't say shit of actual substance. He didn't say anything.
That happens to have an incredibly alienating multiplayer system and
To Fair Stories is a spin-off. Yeah, but it's in the same sense of, like, you wouldn't say that about Stories, even if it was a spin-off.
piss poor performance to boot.
Again, here's... So this came out like 2 months ago. When did the final title update and, like, update, like the big update for Wild come out? When was RT Arkfeld? Because even with, like, Arctemper Jin coming out in the 4th title update, like, last update was May, so it was here. It's like, how can you say that, like, the performance is piss poor to boot, but they've been, like, fixing it, like, the whole step of the way? To be fair, in the beginning, like, the first title update and stuff, like, they fixed certain things, but then other things also got broken. So, like, that's, like, I can understand that, right? I can understand the piss poor performance thing, right? But by the time that you uploaded this video, the performance should have been fixed. Like, the performance shouldn't be an issue. Or as big as an issue to say that the game is dead. Unless he's saying that the initial, like, reception to the game having piss poor performance is what causes it to be horrible. But, like, then you have to say that. You have to say that the initial reception, right? Because if you say incredibly alienating multiplayer system and piss poor performance to boot, if you say that, you're saying it in a general sense. You're not prefacing, you're not, like, specifically saying this was in the beginning. You're saying it as a general sense. Like how you say that the game is easy, but you're not like prefacing that it's easy in the beginning of the game, not that the entire but you're saying that the whole game is easy because you didn't preface it. I don't. Okay. His broad points aren't ridiculous, but his reasoning is terrible. Yes. Okay. Like, I think if he could articulate himself a bit better and say his words a bit more, I would be less critical of him. But because he's using such a broad strokes, it's like, it's just infuriating. Just quite frankly, it's just infuriating. I'm gonna resume. I'm gonna go back and then we're gonna watch this.
It's just an oversimplified and filed-down version of the Monster Hunter franchise that happens to have an incredibly alienating multiplayer system and piss-poor performance.
Okay, by the way, can I just say, it almost makes me giggle. Like the Doleberry, like Doleberry Boy. Or was it Doleberry Pills Boy? I forgot maybe the order of that, right? It's a hoot, even. When people are like, when people like Vara Hazak and like this guy are like, is like, Capcom or this game ruined the franchise. They betrayed the core audience and shit like that. And it's like, brother, you motherfuckers aren't even a part of it. You have no idea what the franchise is like even. You see Reddit and you see tweets. That is all of your information. That is everything you get. By the way, is it just camera angle or is this right out like really fucking huge compared to this Arkfeld? Or this Arkfeld might just be really small. It might also be camera angle. But it's like a watered down Monster Hunter franchise. Do you know what the Monster Hunter franchise is even really about? Like what people actually, like actually how it works. Angle? Okay.
Franchise that happens to have an incredible...
Like when Vara says that, like, Capcom is betraying the core audience of the, like, Monster Hunter franchise, like, the Monster Hunter, like, community, the core, like, players, it's just like, what the fuck are you yapping about? You have literally zero room to stand on. Brother thinks he's on the team.
Alienating multiplayer system and piss-poor performance to boot. It's pretty, even seriously fun at times, but it's just full of warts and all. Warts or not, Monster Hunter Wilds would still manage to blaze past 8 million in sales at a base price of $70. Wilds would reach massive early success. Base price not,
Wait,
Monster Hunter...
Wait, hold on. Let me read this real quick. Timeline, Monster Hunter Wilds success. So March 4th, 2025, okay.
Wilds would still manage to blaze past 8 million in sales at a base price of $70. Wilds would reach massive early success, even managing to reach an unheard of 1.1 million players on Steam and a whopping 308,000 players on average. This number within just 1 month.
What in the fuck am I looking at? I'm sorry. What is this a commercial for Wilds? What am I looking at here? What is this? I never saw this. What is this? Is this for... What is this? This is actually so funny. This guy is speaking like an anti-furry on X. Okay. Okay, that's funny. Yeah, they did commercials. I didn't see the commercials. I want to see the commercial. I'll look at them up later.
Even managing to reach an...
Because I was like, what the fuck is this? I'm like, is this AI? This trailer cracks me up. Lel.
Unheard of 1.1 million players on Steam and a whopping 308,000 players on average. This number within just 1 month, though, would be first halved and the latter 1/3. And something I want to address since I see it commented sometimes on games like this, and well, on my video that was teasing the fact that I was going to cover Wilds, and that's that some people say, well, Wilds shouldn't be considered in the Death of a Game series because, well, Wilds is not a forever game.
Okay. Right? This is what we talk about. You can't compare Wilds and the Monster Hunter franchise as a whole to other games. You just can't really do it. I mean, of course you can do it, but you can't, like, say it's one-to-one, right? You can't say it's, like, super comparable. You could compare them, but you won't get, like, very good data. Or you won't get, like, the nuance for for Monster Hunter. So, I want to see his excuse here. Or not his excuse. I want to see what he's going to say. I'm very curious. I'm very, very curious. Thoughts on what he's going to say? I think he's going to say, you're wrong. Look at the Steam charts. That's my prediction.
Something I want to...
Monster Hunter Special? What we watching? Oh, hello, R3. We're watching Death of a Game, Monster Hunter Wilds. It's that video that the entire community was hating on like 2 months ago. Ark made a video, we make a video on it. I have actually never watched it, so we're watching it on stream.
To address since I see it commented sometimes on games like this, and well, on my video that was teasing the fact that I was going to cover Wilds, and that's that some people say, well, Wilds shouldn't be considered in the Death of a Game series because, well, Wilds is not a forever game. Even beside that not needing to be a reason for me to feature it, I mean, I featured like single-player games and companies, but Wilds in every Monster Hunter game ever is an ORPG, a staple in Japanese gaming, and this is one of my favorite genres,
Wait. A smaller scale, focused, power grind centric virtual world that hails from Japan mostly. I thought ORPG was open. I didn't know it was online. Is that... How can you look at this footage and say, yeah, this game is... Yeah, I don't know. I truly don't fucking know.
For game. Even beside that not needing to be a reason for me to feature it, I mean, I featured like single-player games and companies, but Wilds in every Monster Hunter game ever is an ORPG, a staple in Japanese gaming, and...
Wait, every game? And companies, but Wilds...
Every Monster Hunter game... I mean, I featured like single-player games and companies, but Wilds in every Monster Hunter game ever is an...
Wilds in every Monster Hunter game, so the caption is wrong. I don't know why, I don't know. But Wilds, and I'm assuming, every Monster Hunter game ever is a smaller scale, focused, power grind-centric virtual world that hails from Japan, sure. Power grind, sure. Smaller scale? Didn't you say earlier in this video that world is like has like really big maps and like it's like almost mainline, it's like being mainline streamed now because of World, since the launch of World? Didn't you say that? They're all RPGs and they're all online. Yeah, but it's like I'm looking at like his definition here and he's saying every Monster Hunter and I'm just like, gang, every hunter game. Okay.
An ORPG, a staple in Japanese gaming, and this is one of my favorite genres, being one of the first ones that I just ever played religiously with Phantasy Star Online. It's very much a virtual world, even if it's a heavily segmented one, to be clear. And, well, MMORPGs are also not really designed to be forever either, because, well, they can't be. The engine's graphics and gameplay and systems are going to expire, just like other forms of gaming. It's just...
Oh, you sweet summer child. You sweet summer child. I got my 2DS right now. I'm gonna plug it in. I'm gonna plug that bitch in. In fact, it still has power. I checked it like a month ago and I didn't even open it for like years and it still has power. It's got full battery. Boy, I'm gonna play some Generations on the 2DS. Lick my nuts.
I just ever played religiously with Phantasy Star Online. It's very much a virtual world, even if it's a heavily segmented one, to be clear. And, well, MMORPGs are also not really designed to be forever either, because, well, they can't be. The engine's graphics and gameplay and systems are going to expire, just like...
What the fuck does the gameplay mean when he says, okay, the graphics and gameplay are going to expire? What the fuck does that mean, Kobe Bryant? If you want to say the systems, I suppose, right? Because older consoles and stuff, you know, maybe don't last as long, or because everyone maybe didn't save them, or something like that. The system, sure. What the fuck does it mean graphics and gameplay are going to expire? What the fuck does that mean, Kobe Bryant? gets boring, then say it gets stale, not expired. This guy's wording is ass. Notice how he doesn't say this. Say this is one of his favorite franchises. Yeah. He talks like he didn't play the game and got his info from negative Steam reviews.
And, well, MMORPGs are also not really designed to be forever either, because, well, they can't be. The engine's graphics and gameplay and systems are going to expire, just like other forms of gaming. It's just us players who have more of an attachment to these games because, well, they're more than just games, they're worlds. Sometimes worlds that we find even more hospitable than our own in real life, so it feels like a forever game. But even with games that are constantly evolving with engines and gameplay, like for example, World of Warcraft, you can see the growing pains and then some, especially with the aging systems. Yakuda and Team.
Okay, you know what's so funny? You know what's so funny? And Hunters, correct me if I'm wrong. Hunters, I need you all to literally pay attention right this second. And correct me if I'm wrong, okay? We are going to listen to this right now. We're going to listen to this one more time. I'm going to say my piece. And tell me if you agree or not, okay? Okay? Do we have to watch the rest? Yes, we do. Okay? Okay? Hold on.
Very much a virtual world, even if it's a heavily segmented one, to be clear. And, well, MMORPGs are also not really designed to be forever either, because, well, they can't be. The engine's graphics and gameplay and systems are going to expire, just like other forms of gaming.
So he's saying that Monster Hunter is not a forever game because, what was it? Engine's graphics, gameplay, and the systems expire. So Monster Hunter can't be a forever game. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, Hunters, but do people not literally see the old Monster Hunter games and go and play them? Even if you need to use like an older console, even if they have technically worse graphics because they're held on a handheld device, do people not literally go back to older Monster Hunter games for not even just nostalgia, but for the experience? Regardless on graphics, regardless on mechanics, regardless on actual, like, it being on a handheld console. Do people not literally go back and play older games, older Monster Hunter games? Like, Crystal started in Wilds, and she literally is going and playing GU. Now, granted, I believe she's playing GU on a Switch, so she's not playing on, like, an outdated console in a sense, but she's going back and playing, like, before World. Which is, again, God, she's playing, like, a decade-old game at this point. And that's just ZU. So I asked that, right? So let me ask you another question. He's saying that Monster Hunter can't be a forever game because of these reasons: engine, graphics, gameplay, systems, and they're going to expire. However, we know that's not the case. So did he not just contradict himself? Like, literally, he's wrong. Even for the reason he gave on why it's not a forever game, even the reason he gave literally contradicts him and makes him wrong. Yes or no? Because you're saying these are the reasons why it's not a forever game, but people literally don't care and they go back to play the games, regardless of graphics, regardless of the engine, regardless of the mechanics. He literally just disproved himself. He literally said, you're wrong, and here's why. And then I look at the reason on why he said I'm wrong, and I go, dumbass, you're wrong, because that is literally does not apply to Monster Hunter, which is why people call it a forever game, because you literally can't, you just can't do it, right? Like, here's the thing, like, Halo isn't, I would say, a forever game. Halo, you could, like Halo, you could go back and play, like, the older stuff, right? With, like, the Master Chief Collection. But you could do that on a newer console with the updated graphics and stuff, right? But you can't go back and play Combat Evolved because you would need, like, the original Xbox and shit like that. And not a lot of people are willing to do that. People are willing to do that for Monster Hunter. Watch them say people play old games to not play. This guy, so he's just wrong here. Can we say this? Can we just say, can we get a consensus here? Is this guy wrong in saying that Monster Hunter is not a forever game series? That's better. I'm gonna say he's wrong. I'm gonna say he's wrong. Even for the reason he gave, he's literally wrong. Also, average saying I'm leaving in 10 and 15 minutes. Okay. You're not leaving now, but, like, you'll be leaving soon. Okay. What wrong mean? Me not wrong? Sorry, it's off topic, but I get 3 bolt gems and a play from Ray Dalhunt. Ooh, very lucky. Very lucky, Highland. Proud of you.
Engine's graphics and gameplay and systems are going to expire, just like other forms of gaming. It's just us players who have more of an attachment to these games because, well, they're...
You know what's so funny? He also tries to go, like, on a, like, gamer emotional level here. It's like, these, to us, it's more than just the game. It's our world, right? And it's like, damn, that's crazy. Anyways, you're still literally wrong.
Right. More than just games, they're worlds.
Sorry, that was that just came out like that just came out of my body. That just came out of my body. It was like all the frustration, all the frustration just kind of like came out of like my body all of a sudden. sorry, you had to hear that.
Sometimes worlds that we find even more hospitable than our own in real life, so it feels like a forever game. But even with games that are constantly evolving with engines and gameplay, like, for example, World of Warcraft, you can see the growing pains and then some, especially with the aging systems. Yakuda and team, including long-standing producer Ryoso Tsuchimoto, who had been a lightning rod for the series but also a long-standing member of it, would promise a series of free updates to hit the game post-launch, organized and dubbed as title updates, with the first to launch April 4th, 2025. This update was pretty good, as it added things like arch-tempered monsters from World, which were much more difficult than the other monsters, or the challenge quest system, which also increased the difficulty of the game. It also added a new high-ranked monster in Zoshia, and a returning one in Mizusuni, who hailed from Monster Hunter.
Listen, Hunters, I know that I be saying names wrong, but I know I'm saying them wrong. I know that I'm saying them wrong. Like, I know that I'm saying them wrong. I know I am. But... Ho! Mizuni?
Quest system, which also increased the difficulty of the game. It also added a new high-ranked monster in Zoshia, and a returning one in Mizusuni, who hailed from Monster Hunter Generations. But while it was great to see some returning monsters, the problem with Wilds was it only launched with like 28 large monsters. Meanwhile, Generations, speaking of which, had like 73.
Oh my god, shut the fuck. Oh, I'm gonna actually lose it. I'm going to actually lose. No. Shut your bitch ass up. You're not gonna come over here and say, clue. Oh, this is a clue they'll use later. Shut the fuck. Oh my. Literally, LARPer. Literally. Yes. Generations having more than Wilds. Ah, yes, Generations. The game where it's literally just returning monsters. It is the entire point of Generations, for you to fight older monsters and stuff. Ah, yes.
Returning monsters, the problem with Wilds was it only launched with like 28 large monsters. Meanwhile, Generations, speaking of which, had...
Why'd you say Generations too? Why the fuck did you say Generations? Why didn't you say World? I wonder why he didn't say World. I'm curious as to why he didn't say World. Why he didn't say Rise. Why he didn't say 4 and 4 or 4 Ultimate. Or maybe it should better be say 4 or 3. Or 2. I wonder, I'm really curious on why he didn't say those. Why did he specifically say Generations? Has this man even said Generations? Has this man even mentioned fucking Generations at all? Like, he's been mentioning Rise, he mentioned World, and he mentioned, like, Try. Right? With, like, apparently it being a difficult game, which I still don't, like, it being known as a difficult game, which I don't think that's true, but, like, hey, has he even fucking mentioned Generations in this video yet? 20 minutes! Has he even mentioned Generations out of nowhere? And meanwhile, Generations, bitch, who? Motherfucker, huh? Say that again? Where did Generations come from? Literally where? Yo. Tiger isn't, like, I need Tiger to react to this video. Like, Tiger isn't the, like, biggest Monster Hunter fan. He likes Monster Hunter. Like, he's outwardly said, like, he loves the game, right? He loves he loves it and everything. But, like, I'm curious on, like, what his standpoint of these things were. I wonder if, like, a new player in Tiger would be able to see this guy and be able to pick up on the bullshit. Sir Regularp.
They launched with like 28 large monsters. Meanwhile, Generations, speaking of which, had like 73. These are
very nice. Impressive. Let's see Paul Allen's monster roster. What did World come up with, by the way? What did World wait, he's at 28. It launched with 28 large monsters. There's no way that's true. Wait. Wilds launched with 28 large monsters? Is that true? Wait, who? Okay. Dashiguma. Balahara, Lullabrina, Chetacabra, Chemistries, Rathian, all the Guardian monsters, which I think are 5. Okay, never mind. That seems about right. I'm just doing, like, really, like, quick, like, napkin, like, math in my head. That seems about right. I already got to, like, 22, and I know I didn't even count all of them. Okay, that seems about right.
Large monsters. Meanwhile, Generations, speaking of which, had like 73. These are
this fucking, like, clue over here in the corner. This is so funny. This is so funny.
Handheld Monster Hunter games that have oodles of more content and 28 large monsters. Meanwhile, Generations, speaking of which, had like 73. These are handheld Monster Hunter games that have oodles of more content and much longer playtimes than Wilds did. It seemed like
oodles of more content.
in the pros of had like 73. These are handheld Monster Hunter games that have oodles of more content and much longer playtimes than Wilds did. It seemed like in the pro.
Did you play the games? Mr. Nerd Slayer Studios, did you play those games? Can you testify with your own accord? With your own account? Can I get a screenshot of your save files, Mr. Nerd Slayer?
process of reaching a new audience, Capcom had done a poor job of servicing their actual core audience, which was in like
I'm gonna, oh my. Nah. Vara Hazak officially co-signed this video. Officially, she co-signed this video. I'm gonna lose it. Kind of disingenuous comparison. Monster Hunter GU is a celebration type game. Well, he did say specifically generations, but GU, generation, GU, whatever. It was supposed to have a bigger roster because it's a compilation game. Yeah, I know. Which is very interesting as to why he fucking picked it, huh? Very interesting. We've been talking about World. We've been talking about Rise. We've been talking about Try. Where the fuck did generations come from?
and much longer playtime.
Who is Vara Hazak? Person you don't want to know. You don't want to know. You don't want to know. You don't want to know.
Times than Wilds did. It seemed like in the process of reaching a new audience, Capcom had done a poor job of servicing their actual core audience, which was in like the dozens of millions, I might add.
And out of curiosity, what is the core audience of fucking Monster Hunter? What is the core audience? Yes. They weren't actually serving to the core audience. Yes. Do you care to provide some examples? Good sir, would you mind providing me, a simpleton, a mere impoverished simpleton, the evidence for your claim?
Servicing their actual core audience, which was in
Hello, Ultima.
like the dozens of millions,
Hello, Monster Hunter.
I might add. Despite this great update, the population would tank even harder after another passing month, reaching just 149,000 players peak and 34,000 players on average. This was seemingly a situation where adding more content wasn't going to fix the sinking ship, which is going to
Ultima sending loot boxes for 1,000 jewels. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the 1,000 jewels. That's actually very nice. Who is the side audience? I want this to end. Well, congratulations. It's going to end somewhat soon, I guess.
be extra proper and players peak and 34,000 players on average. This was seemingly a situation where adding more content
So they alienated their core audience. Okay. Didn't provide any evidence of that. Very nice. Very nice. Now let's see the average player based on other consoles. Interesting.
wasn't going to
On consoles, not even other consoles. He's getting this shit from Steam.
fix the sinking ship, which is going to be extra problematic when Japanese development can typically take ages to respond to live feedback like this. Tempered monsters were now placed even in like regular monster herds, and more arch-tempered monsters were added in like Uthduna during the title update 2, June 30th, 2025. But the population was only continuing to plummet, reaching as low as 87,000 players peak at that time.
Oh, for some reason, I thought Uthduna... Wait, Uthduna, not Udra. My fault. Yes, he's correct. He's correct.
Like Uthduna during the title update 2, June 30th, 2025. But the population was only continuing to plummet, reaching as low as 87,000 players peak at that time, and just 22,000 players on average. The updates weren't bad, they just weren't addressing the core issues behind Wilds, or just very slowly addressing them.
And what is the core? What are the core issues? That it's streamlined. How do you get rid of it being streamlined in the middle of making of a game? So just like randomly, you just take out the mainstream elements. How? Gotta go, gang. Okay, bye, Monster Hunter. Bye. This guy is so fucking...
Was only continuing to plummet, reaching as low as 87,000 players peak at that time, and just 22,000 players on average. The updates weren't bad, they just weren't addressing the core issues behind Wilds.
Which is what, sir? Sir, what is the main issues, sir? Can you please provide some explanation, please?
or just very slowly addressing them. But some were arguing that perhaps these couldn't really be addressed anyway. Title Update 3 would drop September 29th, 2025, and in my opinion would add the most difficult encounter to the game yet, and that was the unlikely crossover from Final Fantasy XIV.
Guys, when you saw that Monster Hunter Wilds was gonna get a Final Fantasy collaboration, were any of you guys like, my god, no way, no way, I can't believe it, I can't believe it, Final Fantasy in a Monster Hunter game, oh my god, oh my god. And that was the unlikely crossover. It doesn't even matter that it was mentioned earlier before it was even announced. It's that, like, dog, we have done Final Fantasy, like, collaborations before. What do you mean unlikely? Lick my nuts, you fucking LARPer.
3 would drop September 29th, 2025, and in my opinion would add the most difficult encounter to the game yet, and that was the unlikely crossover from Final Fantasy XIV.
Guys, no way. Guys, I can't believe it. The most unlikely fucking collab we've ever seen. Street Fighters, no way. No way. I can't believe it. I can't believe it. We're getting a Final Fantasy collaboration. I can't believe it. My mind blown.
But this was like 7 months after launch, and although it had a positive population movement, with the peak population jumping up about 20,000 players, I think this new difficulty jump was great and much needed, but it makes me wonder how much of it could have helped had it been done.
Much needed. You didn't do shit. Show me your save file. Show me the monsters you've hunted. Show me the monster list. Big talk though, the Expedition 33 collab would go so hard and work so well. It would. I feel like there's certain collabs that, like, just make sense. But they haven't done. I think the difficult jump was needed. Really? So, you thought that, like, Tempered Seregios was just, like, easy peasy, huh? You thought, like, Tempered Gore was just easy peasy, huh?
Was great and much needed, but it makes me wonder how much of it could have helped had it been done earlier. But heavily relying on another titan in Japan, in the case of Final Fantasy, was a trump card that they couldn't just keep playing every single time or potentially ever again. Title Update 4 would drop
Ever again? Oh, you sweet summer child. I wouldn't be surprised if they gave us another fucking Final Fantasy collab in the in the expansion. I wouldn't be surprised. Fuck, they did that for Woe and Iceborne, didn't they? It wasn't it Behemoth? And then it was wait, no. Wait, was it? No. Never mind. The crystal thing was also for wait. No, they didn't do it for Iceborne. Never mind. I was getting confused with, like, the Kuluyaku thing and Behemoth as, like, two separate things. But I'm pretty sure they're the same thing now. Am I? Oh my god, it's been so long. Are those two different things? The cactus thing? Was the cactus thing an Iceborne? Was the cactus thing an Iceborne? The little cactus guy? Oh my god, I'm blinking so hard. Calling Final Fantasy collab unlikely is stupid considering that there have been a lot of collaborations that seem significantly more unlikely. GU had an Ace Attorney collab. That's actually really cool. World only did one Final Fantasy collab. Okay, so I'm not tweaking. So okay, so they didn't do one for Iceborne. Okay, so I'm not tweaking. Okay, good.
Up at the end of 2025, and it would add another fairly difficult monster, Ngogmasios, being a classic Monster Hunter 4 Ultimate monster, more arch-tempered monsters to conquer, and a 9-star version of Dashaguma and Rathalos. These would certainly help with the making of the game more replayable, and help a little to stop the game's incredible burn rate. But the population had an impact from these changes, jumping up as much to like 122,000 players peak. The most challenging update yet would occur just 2 months later, which seemed to be the cadence the game had been largely following regarding updates. This update would add Arch-Tempered Arkveld, with Arkveld being the flagship monster of the game of course, and now unlocking 10-star quests too. But really, what was most important to me about this update was the fact that it clearly seemed to be a preparation for something larger, perhaps an expansion, as it would finally actually address the game's VRAM issues, shader problems, and overall performance on PC and consoles. It really sucks that this update took a year to formulate, as this
Yes, it did. It is unfortunate that there was still trouble, like, in terms of performance for PC. Again, for PC? Like, a year in. Like, that is inexcusable. Like, again, that's like the one point. Everything else, though, he is, like, he's just, like, dumb LARPing. He's just, like, dummy head.
finally actually addressed the game's VRAM issues, shader problems, and overall performance on PC and consoles. It really sucks that this update took a year to formulate, as this sort of update happening even just 6 months prior would have done wonders for the game, but the population would jump up a bit, reaching 85,000 players peak during this time, but failed to maintain that in just 2 more months, with the game's population falling as low as 32,000 players peak in April of 2026. But more importantly than the update in February of 2026 was the confirmation that Capcom, from producer Tsujimoto, had already been working on a quote, large-scale expansion, which was typical for the franchise, who had some rather positive recent expansions in Sunbreak and Iceborne. This was significant.
What is it just me, or does he sound bored? Like he's reading like a script and he sounds bored. Oh, hello, Zenogre. I didn't say hello. Like listen to what he says right here.
Positive recent expansions in Sunbreak and Iceborne.
Sunbreak and Iceborne.
Who had some rather positive recent expansions in Sunbreak and Iceborne. This was significant because these expansions did a lot to iron out the kinks of the prior games and add far more to the experience and enjoyment. Some players were even feeling like the expansion here in the case of Wilds could make the same major difference. But having spoken to some of my hardcore gamer sources, they told me that unless the expansion can address the core issues that players were
No, you're not gonna get away from that. You're not gonna get away from that. Can you tell me again who you spoke to?
Wilds could make the same major difference. But having spoken to some of my hardcore gamer sources,
Yes, I spoke with my hardcore gamer sources. Yes, my gamer sources. Yes. Yes, my gamer sources. Well, you might have gamer sources, but I have my hardcore gamer sources. So, yes. Guys, I got a professional. I asked a professional. Turns around. Hey, Bobby. I think the expansion's going to do for Wilds. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. him probably means just completed low rank.
They told me a major difference. But having spoken to some of my hardcore gamer sources, they told me that unless the expansion can address the core issues that players were having with the game, it's just going to be more things to do in a container.
Okay, wait, hold on. I'm curious. So, with all of his other things, he'll look at reviews, he'll look at, like, general sentiment of the community and all that. But then when it comes to the general consensus and community, right, feedback on the announcement of Ascendant, he's like, let's, fuck all that! I gotta get, guys, Guys, I gotta get my hardcore gamer sources. The general public? Who? Why would I care about their opinion? I have my hardcore gamer sources. Then why would I use it? Well, okay, for my other points, I can use them for that. But for this point, I'm not going to use them. I'm going to go now, bye. Okay, bye, average. Everyone say bye. Bro got confused and used sauce instead of source.
Mention here in the case of Wilds could make the same major difference. But having spoken to some of my hardcore gamer sources, they told me that unless the expansion can address the core issues that players were having with the game, it's just going to be more things to do in a container that people really weren't totally thrilled about. And it also doesn't feel good to say that
Where are we right now? 24:49. Everyone write that down. Write that down.
for many reasons, to put it bluntly. Wilds was a perfect review game. Hunting parts of the series in some ways require far less and more intentionally paced, incredibly alienating multiplayer system and trivial. I think Tokuda needed to make the choice to expand more than just streamlining them, because if you only streamline and just file away even the sharpest end, it's just an oversimplified and filed down version of the Monster Hunter franchise that happens to have an incredibly alienating multiplayer system and piss.
So, the performance and the multiplayer system. The performance issue, been fixed. Multiplayer system, I mean, they could somewhat mix that, but it's like, he's literally saying, unless they address it, it's like, brother, everything they could have addressed, they've already addressed. There's only up from here. Hello, Bracky. I gotta go. Bye-bye, Spottable. Okay. Bye, Hyland.
Could make the same major difference.
Hyland.
But having spoken to some of my hardcore gamer sources, they told me that unless the expansion can address the core issues that players were having with the game, it's just going to be more things to do in a container that people really weren't totally thrilled about. And it also doesn't feel good to say that even if they do fix it, that the only way to play the fixed Wilds is buying the expansion after buying the base game for $70, so that means like another plus $40. So in total, you have to fork over $110 and wait for a year or more to play an actual good game or completed game.
Oh. You know the meme where it's like, this shit's so peak, I could die? I'm the opposite of that right now. I'm the opposite of that meme where it's like, this shit is so ass, I could die. This shit is so fucking buns. This shit is so fucking buns.
More things to do in a container that people really weren't totally thrilled about. And it also doesn't feel good to say that even if they do fix it, that the only way to play the fixed Wilds is buying the expansion after buying the base game for $70, so that means...
Okay, I'm just really curious. Of course, he's a fucking LARPer. Right? I'm alive. Oh my goodness, hello Art. Hello John, too. I'm not sure if I said hi to you. Little does he know the game is getting a permanent price reduction before the marketing for the expansion starts. I wonder. Very interesting. Everyone, can I get some W's in the chat for art? I already told you guys why. Actually, maybe some of you guys maybe didn't know. Some of you guys actually might not have been here when I told you what art did. But can we just get some W's in the chat for art? Art always deserves it. So, I'm not sure. I'm like actually not sure if like you think that the expansion is just like a completely different game. That like, okay, real quick. If you are a new player and you got World and Iceborne together, but obviously you have to play World first. Can you do the Clutch Claw in World even though you haven't gone to Iceborne yet? Yes or no? I'm not saying can you go back into low rank quests and do it, but like you got World and Iceborne, but you have to play through World first before you can get to Iceborne. But the Clutch Claw was introduced in Iceborne, but can you use the Clutch Claw in base World before you even get to Iceborne? If you own the DLC? Interesting. So, why? Again, this guy LARPs. So, I'm really just asking this into the aether at this point. But why do you think that when you buy the expansion, it's just like a completely different fucking game and it's not tied to the base game? So, him saying, in order to even get to, like, the fixed stuff, you would have to play through the base game. It's like, brother, the fixed stuff would also be in the base game. Head ass.
It also doesn't feel good to say that even if they do fix it, that the only way to play the fixed wilds is buying the expansion after buying the base game for $70, so that means like another plus $40. So in total, you have to fork over $110 and wait for a year or more to play an actual good game or completed game. Come on, Capcom.
Come on, Capcom. Come on. What are you doing, Capcom? I think Capcom are the real LARPers here. I didn't even know I wasn't supposed to have it until I saw a video where they mentioned Clutch Claw is only available with DLC. I don't even know this mindset either. It's like you play a game and then you have to also pay for the DLC. That's like common practice. Right? That is literally common practice. So, like, why in the fuck is he bitching and moaning about that?
Do fix it, that the only way to play the fixed wilds is buying the expansion after buying the base game for $70, so that means like another plus $40. So in total, you have to fork over a...
Oh no, I have to fork over money for a game that I want to play. God. Oh no.
$110 and wait for a year or more to play an actual good game or completed game.
I'm just going to skip this part, as in, like, we're not going to discuss it. We're not going to discuss this. We're just not. Can we all just agree he's an idiot? Yes or no? I'm going to say yes.
Come on, Capcom. Now, while some players might feel you can't measure the success of Wilds by its player count levels just a year removed, some players might good game or completed game. Come on, Capcom. Now, while some players might feel you can't measure the success of Wilds by its player count levels just a year removed, you can for two major reasons. First, if you consider
Not the player chart, not the Steam charts, please. Please, I'm begging, not the Steam charts. Not the Steam charts, Andy. Please, not the Steam charts. Not the Steam charts, please, please, please.
Monster Hunter Worlds' reception and player data on Steam, you see a much different picture. First, as of May of
Oh my fucking god. Oh my god.
2026, World has more players playing it than WoW does.
Oh my. No, really? World, wait, really? Wait, no. No, this can't be. You're telling me that World that is completely done with every single update, seasonal update, title updates, the expansion, and even have modding capabilities that everyone knows inside and out? You're telling me it has technically more player hour peaks? No, this, oh my god, this can't be. Guys, I'm gonna have to end stream. I can't believe it. You're telling me a game that's been glazed to all fucking high hell for years is getting more traction? He was whipping up shit in a kettle. The video is actually shit, boiling shit of a LARP. He's boiling LARP. People finish a game and then they move on to a $20 fully completed older game. What? I don't. Also, this completely fucking disproves his own point about Monster Hunter not being a forever game. Monster Hunter World is about to be a decade-old game. And you're like, look, see? People still interact. You're such a fucking... And we're not even going to address how this is just the Steam chart. This isn't even console. We're not even going to address that. I have never seen these people use the argument that newbies like WoW so much that they want to go play other games. Yep, they don't. Well, if you did the most simple of basic math, you would actually know that 24,000 is more than 14,000. Actually. You see how the number is larger? That means it has more value. Obviously. If you use the most basic of common sense. Nerd Slayer. Slay yourself then, bruh. Fucking dork. I gotta go now. Bye. Okay, bye, Bracky. What's up? I'm back lurking, and holy, this gotta be the most annoying I've heard you spot. Completely justified. This guy's an idiot!
Sure. First, as of May of 2026, World has more players playing it than WoW does, both on...
Do you hear the fucking smug in his voice? Listen to this. Listen, when he says, then WoW does, listen to it.
First, as of May of 2026, World has more players playing it than WoW does. Sure. First, as of May of 2026, World has more players playing it than WoW does. Sure. First, as of May of 2026, World has more players playing it than WoW does.
Such a goofy ass, nerdy actually ass up, Brit. That's the 24 peak, by the way. It's probably a time zone thing. Maybe. It literally might be. But, hello, Kurd. Or Kurd. Bro is overconfident dumbass. Even a brick would be smarter. This motherfucker would be the worst spy of all time.
both on average, and as of May of 2026, World has more players playing it than Wild does, both on average and at peak, which is bizarre when the game is 8 years older and isn't producing new content. And during
Wait, did this dumbass motherfucker say on average? Okay, just continue.
those 8 years, never dropped below the is older and isn't producing new content. And during those 8 years,
Oh my god.
the game is 8 years older and isn't producing new content.
It's 8 years older. Yes. And it's not producing any new content. You know why? Because there is no more content to be made because the game is done.
And during those 8 years, never dropped below the current numbers of Wilds, even after 1 to 2 to 3 years in. Worse, as a measure, Worlds sold 4 times more than Wilds at 11 million copies sold, and in all of the past 12 months, Wilds has only managed to sell 1.32 million copies sold. That means that Wild didn't just sell worse than World, it sold worse than
Wait. World sold 4 times more than Wilds at 11 million copies sold. Wait, but I thought Wild sold 8 million copies. Wait, I'm actually confused here. There's no way he's fucking up the math this hard. I think I'm just confused here. What's the context to this? Like, is it overall? Is it like to date? Wait. Drop below the current numbers of Wilds even after 1 to 2 years. Worse, as a measure, World sold 4 times more than Wilds at 11 million copies. Wait. So, is he talking about to date? Like, right now, it sold 4 times as much? But I thought, like, day 1, it sold 8 million copies. I thought Wilds on day 1, or, like, on launch, like, week or whatever, sold, like, 8 million copies. Am I tweaking? Is this like day 1, like, sales, or what is he?
Worlds sold 4 times more than Wilds at 11 million copies sold, and in all of the past 12 months, Wilds has only managed to sell 1.32 million.
Oh, motherfucker, why don't you just say that? He's saying after the launch. So, like, after launch week or something, he's saying that, like, how many copies did they sell? Right? So, like, day 1 or, like, week 1 of Wild sold 8 million, but then after that, they only sold a few million after that. It sold 8 million on the first 3 days. Oh, okay. But he doesn't, see what I'm saying? This guy doesn't do anything. He wants to act like, oh, high prof. Bro, say that. Does he preface that at all? The only reason I can understand that is because he's saying only managed to sell in the past 12 months.
In all of the past 12 months, Wilds has only
Hey, Spotball, hey, chat. All I can say about this guy is what I done.
managed to sell 1.32 million copies sold. That means that Wild didn't just sell worse than World, it sold worse than Rise, a glorified Switch port, and even sold less than the expansion. Wilds
It's like what Art said. It's almost like if my first game is fucking Wilds, which a lot of people's first game was Wilds, that if I want to then go and buy another Monster Hunter game that is complete in every sense, title updates, expansion, hot fixes, and everything, then I would also buy that game. It's almost like people go back to play the older games. He's literally referring to an article he put on the screen. He put something on the screen?
4 times more than Wilds at 11 million copies sold, and in all of the past 12 months, Wilds has only managed to sell 1.32 million copies sold.
He put on the screen. Where did he put something on the screen? This?
Worse than World, it sold worse than Rise, a glorified Switch port, and even sold less
Okay, so he's saying it sold worse than games that are that are just like complete. Got it. He's a moron.
than the expansion. Wilds wasn't the hit port, and even sold less than the expansion. Wilds wasn't the hit that Capcom had expected.
Wait.
It sold worse than Rise, a glorified Switch port, and even sold less than the expansion. Wilds wasn't the hit that Capcom had expected, and there's a strong argument not the hit that they had invested so much money into either. Konami Fujioka is reportedly tasked with working on the next mainline Monster Hunter series, so it will be interesting to see how he, the team, and Capcom in general respond to the reception of Wilds, and naturally interesting to see how they respond to things with the expansion for Wilds, and how much it can really improve the game. But as of now, May of 2026, the timeline has come to an end, detectives. With Wilds having less than 2% of its original audience, it's not totally dead yet, and this video is more so about Wilds, the base game anyway. But I don't think that the expansion will have the same resurrective effects that Sunbreak or Iceborne did for the prior Monster Hunter titles. That's the final reason I decided to feature it here on the Death of the Game series before it was literally dead. But hopefully, you have been paying attention to the clues along the way. But don't worry, in case you missed any of them, why did Monster Hunter Wilds end up rated the worst Monster Hunter game in decades? And the worst selling game in nearly a decade? Monster Hunter game.
Hello, kitty cat. These people will look at you dead in the eye and tell you GTA 6 should have cost 500 USD with no DLC or with no disc. I mean some oysters while hearing excuse me. Bro, Wilds isn't complete. This is a dumbass. Like Rise is complete, World is complete. Stop comparing them. Even though they're older, Wilds isn't complete. Others had time to finish. Yes. And I love that he didn't ever mention the horrible reception that Rise got. The horrible beginning reception that Rise got. The horrible PC that World got. Because World then became a PC game. Plus, on top of like a console game. I love how he didn't mention that. And how they, like you gotta keep in mind. Rise, I love Rise. But Rise had some real issues. It was fun for 100 hours, maybe even 200. After that, there was really no reason to play Rise. It did not have a lot of replayability. As a base game, Rise is worse than Wilds. And Sunbreak flipped everyone's sentiment. Not everyone, because my sentiment stayed the same. But Sunbreak flipped basically everyone else's sentiment on its head. And he's like, but listen, Wilds, it's just not going to be the case. It's just not going to be the case. I talked to my serious gamer sources. World got a PC port a year after release and it still ran like crap. But look at Iceborne now. Again, he's a LARPer. He doesn't actually do like analysis. As a base game, World is worse than Wilds 2 in my opinion. I think they're comparable. But I would probably more so lean towards agreeing to you than not. But it's like, I feel like it's comparable. All three of the games dropped the ball at some point, but given time, they were shown time and time again that they give us pure peak, and that the player sentiment changes about them. The player sentiment is already changing. the player sentiment is already changing to how it was like the first like 6 months of Wilds. Again, Scott, you can't treat Monster Hunter like every other game that you treat. You have to treat it differently. It is literally special. But also, this guy is going to tell us, hold on, hunters, hold on. This is important. He's cooking. He's going to cook right now, okay? He's putting the sauce. He's putting the spice on top real quick, okay? He's putting a little bit of lime juice on top of it, okay? He's going to cook right now. He's finishing up. Let's see the actual reasons he's giving. Let's hear his end take, okay?
Hopefully, you have been paying attention to the clues along the way. But don't worry, in case you missed any of them, why did Monster Hunter Wilds end up rated the worst Monster Hunter game in decades and the worst selling game in nearly a decade?
Okay, let's see.
Serious performance and optimization issues. Caught
Been fixed.
between two very different designs.
What? Wait. What? Comp between two different design is so... What the fuck does that mean, Kobe Bryant? What the fuck does that mean?
Over-smoothing led to a game that was just too safe and too easy and polished.
Okay. Again, he's saying this as the end result. So taking everything as May 2026 is what he said, right? This is an analysis of at the point of May 2026 when he made this. He's still saying then that it's too easy. Savage Omega, 10-star, 9-star, Arc-tempered. It's still too easy. Wilds, he's saying that Wilds is a hybrid of World and Rise, and that's fucking stupid to say.
A lack of content.
Let's let him continue.
Poor and confusing multiplayer systems.
I would agree with that one.
Well, detectives, Monster.
Wait, what the fuck?
Poor and confusing multiplayer systems.
That's Viper, you and me do be editing. Was that weird? Was that not weird? Do you I think he cut it off like a little too soon.
A lack of content. Poor and confusing multiplayer systems. Well, detective.
That was an off script. Okay.
Lack of content. Poor and confusing multiplayer systems.
Okay. I want you to know something, Hunters. You know what's so funny? He's like, this game is dead. And these are the reasons why. And literally almost all these reasons, okay, almost 3 of these reasons have been fixed. Fixed in quotations. Some of these didn't even necessarily need fixing or have to be fixed. But they're not issues anymore. By the time that Ascendance comes out, all this should be, it just wouldn't be an issue. That's why the general sentiment about Wilds is a lot better now. Serious performance and optimization issues literally got fixed. You even said it in your own damn video. This video, it was fixed. Caught between two different designs. You're an idiot. That doesn't make any sense. Don't even know why you would bring that up. Over smoothing led to the game being too safe and easy. At this point, the early game is easy. Mid to late game, challenging. In fact, some would even say too challenging. Bro, Proof of a Hero is hard. Savage Omega is hard. 10-star, is it 10-star or no, it's 10-star GOG, right? Tempered GOG is hard. So that's just not there. Lack of content. We have so much content right now, and then Ascendant is going to come out with even more content. That's not an issue. Poor and confusing multiplayer systems. That one, I can give him slightly. However, now that there's guides and stuff, it's not as bad, but I can give him that one slightly. That's the only one that's, like, still kind of there. Everything, I have a theme for a live. I really would like to see you talk, my favorite gunner. I don't. Rado, what are you talking about? I have a theme for a live. I would really like to see you talk, my favorite gunner. Can you say it again, please? Video has to be commentary, community-wide troll. It worked. I just think this guy, like, he tries to make this all seem like, all right, detectives, here's the scoop. All right, we're going to solve this mystery. And it's like, and it's literally like the mystery of what bird shat on this guy's car. Guys, we gotta look for the mystery. Bro, no one is fucking asking for that. Who gives a fuck? Again, this entire video is literally mute. It's null and void. Because the problems, the reason for the failure, have already been resolved. For the failure, again, Wilds isn't a failure. But, like, these have already been resolved, and then the expansion is going to come out. So so you're saying the expansion wouldn't even help because they're not because they won't address the main issues, and these are the main issues. Congratulations, you literally just played yourself, you absolute moron, because these have already been addressed. Except for the confusing multiplayer system. Oh, that might be addressed, but that might just stay the same. Wouldn't mind a nice quality of life update for the multiplayer menus and so on for the expansion. That would be nice. That would be nice. I would like to see you talk. Who is the strongest protagonist from all Monster Hunters? Oh, I don't know. That's a really good idea. That's an ass idea. Come on, Viper, be nice. I wouldn't. I mean, I don't know. That's weird to say. Because it would literally just be the guy who killed White Fatalis, no? The guy who can kill White Fatalis, like, solo? Or, so she is pretty strong? It just wouldn't be super interesting to talk about, I'm sorry. I have thought about that, though. Unironically, I have thought about that. Believe it or not, take out the recolored monsters in base world, i.e. Pink Rathian world, and had similar monster count. But if you take out the launch worlds roster, yeah, I mean, if you put in unique monsters that were introduced in world and reduced in world and in wilds, it's pretty much like one. It's very close. The mystery of what the bird shit on this guy's car should spot. I don't know. If it were my car, I'd want to know. I wouldn't fucking want to know. What am I gonna do? What if you found out like what pigeon shat on your car? Are you gonna go, oh, you found them? Good, and just start strangling the pigeon? Like, even if you did know what pigeon it was, who cares?
Well, detectives, Monster Hunter is truly an iconic and long-lasting series that has taken many years to end up on the Death of a Game series. Another truly iconic one, am I right? But I feel happy and fortunate to have covered such an interesting series even if their most recent effort fell quite short. Monster Hunter isn't going anywhere. They reportedly have as many as 2 more games in the works, and for players who didn't quite enjoy Wilds, it seems like Rise and World are serving as a great classic game to scoop up some of that runoff. But this case has come to an end, detectives. We have many more to investigate. Let me know in the comments below your thoughts on Wilds and any reasons you think I missed for why it fell so short. Until the next case, one that has quite exploded into the recent news, and is a sequel of another online RPG we have already covered.
Times may be dark, but we are...
Alright, whatever. I can't with the outro. I know, he just sounds so smug. He just sounds so fucking smug. Also, hello, Acid. How are you? What's your favorite monster? My favorite monster is Sorigios. Just some random shit he made with... I'm really curious. What's the replies? Oh no. Oh no, what is this? Death of a channel? The complete meltdown of Nerdslayer Studios? This was a year ago. This man is a notorious fucking lolcow. A great video? Yeah, let me give it a like. Let me see. Oh my god. We gotta read this. Ain't no fucking way. Hey, detectives. I gotta drink some water for this one. This might be the longest comment I've ever seen in anything. Hey, detectives. I stirred up a hornet's nest by mixing this episode's, perhaps a bit, wait. Hornet's nest by mixing this episode perhaps a bit unclearly with historical fact and facts, personal opinion and bias regarding a long-standing passionate fan base, IP without properly making the dedication between them, deliction between them. The long-standing series, this is super important, especially when you are trying to found some foundation to stand on. I also, however, made a silly assumption that a fan base seemingly obsessed over an IP would understand its history and design and differences in opinion about the games themselves. Things most people don't really care about or interpret as someone attacking their favorite. Would understand its history and design. I also made a silly assumption that a fan base seemingly obsessed over an IP would understand its history and design. Look me in the eyes. Are you dead ass telling me that someone who can play a game for 10 years knows less about the game's history and design than you did? Than you do? Are you for real telling me? Are you for real telling me that? Oh no, I gotta. See, it's stuff like this is why I didn't even want to interview him, because this guy, I don't think, I didn't get a good vibe from him. I just didn't want to get in a conversation with him. So what, don't employ brain power in this guy. He doesn't deserve it. I'm gonna at least read some of this. I gotta read some of this. Number one, I was told by some fans of Monster Hunter that my perspective on the old Monster Hunter handhelds were warped since I hadn't played them in ages. Okay, so we had played them. Noel remembered that at least half of the weapon roster requires positioning. Naturally, the other half was the half I played and enjoyed. Insect Glaive, Dual Blades, Charge Blade, Gut. Dual daggers and guns. Holy fucking LARP. Dual. My question is, you said Insect Glaive as IG, which is fine. People do that. You said Charge Blade as CB, which is fine. People do that. Why didn't you do Dual Blades as DB? Out of curiosity, why did you specifically say dual daggers instead of DB, which stands for dual blades? And why did you say guns? Why didn't you just say bow guns? Just type 3 extra letters in front of guns. Bow. B-O-W. Guns. This guy's an actual joke. I gotta go eat dinner with my little sister. Thanks for the great stream spot. No problem. Ready? No issue at all. You have fun with your little sister. Whoa, that's kind of crazy. Just have fun. Just enjoy your time. Enjoy your time with family. Okay. Okay. Also, everyone say bye, Red. I also didn't think the older games were particularly hard. But to be honest, with how easy it is to access hard missions early on in old Monster Hunter titles, I might disagree on that now. L for me. Not to mention, I called Monster Hunter World hard. I mean, it could definitely be hard. But that's relative to how most people felt about it. AKA playing a Monster Hunter game for the first time, a blind spot I missed. I mean, Monster Hunter World can be hard. I didn't think Monster Hunter World was easy. Did you guys think Monster Hunter World was easy? I don't think he has to justify with saying that it's not hard. Monster Hunter World can definitely be hard. Like, Monster Hunter World can be hard. Like, there's some parts that are easy. And there are certain fights, because of a certain weapon you use, are easier than maybe someone else who's using a different weapon. But I wouldn't say that it's not hard. That was a good proof. That was a poor job of explaining my personal perspective with the series. Yeah, you are very poor at actually like expressing yourself, and why I generally try to coach my personal thoughts as much as possible, but did a poor job here. You can clown me for that opinion, I don't mind, but hopefully we are at least a bit more clear on what I meant. Sure, buddy. 2. I want to avoid having to do a full online RPG Japan intro every Japanese ORPG I ever cover. So I do, which I did in my PSO video extensively, which I should have recommended as a must watch for this. So I didn't dive into what the game means or what it's relevant. So why is PSO Phantasy Star? Oh, Phantasy Star Online, I think. Or Yuji Naka relevant to this story. And all other online games in Japan, pretty much at this point. Simply put, Yuji Naka loved Diablo, Ultima Online, and some of the devs love EQ, EverQuest, while working on their next game. Oh, fuck. Yuji wanted to make an online game, but didn't have the capability to do it massively, and didn't have the technical ability as he's doing on a console. He proceeded to pioneer what was known as a ORPG market, unironically not using ARPG as a moniker, despite it being what he based the game on in many ways, or online RPG market. This market was almost exclusively focused. Okay, if I'm being honest, I don't really care about this. Now you might say, well, me, so I just don't care about this. Number 3. People are pushing back on me calling the game a live service. Did he call it a live service? I feel like I would have mentioned that. Maybe he said it really fast, but did he ever call it a live service? If he did, he's a moron. It's not a live service game. I found World hard. He implied it was. Okay. Then yeah, I can see that. I thought it was a fun game, but I never had any issues beyond the obvious harder content added. Yeah. When I played Monster Hunter World for the first time, I didn't faint a single time during all of lowering, but then got stuck at Pink Grathian for several days. Alright, if he's implying that it's a live service game, he's a moron. And to be honest, I can slightly understand why publishers and game developers benefit from you not seeing a game as one. As someone being unaware of what they are buying into makes them more likely to part with their money. But more seriously, let's read some definitions on live servers across different websites. Oh my fucking... actually, if you look up the source, Okay. Reddit has a... If you look on different websites, Reddit, it's just horrible. It's horrible to see. Okay. Reddit has a couple of threads about the subject, but most common definitions I saw include a purpose with keeping players playing as long as possible, so as to make money from them. I mean, that's not a bad definition of a live service. And a game that releases in a broken state that is supposed to be fixed later. That no. Technically a single player game could be broken and then fixed later. So I wouldn't agree with that at all. So both of these definitions apply to Monster Hunter Wild. No, they do not! Wait. Game that released in a broken state. It wasn't in a broken state. It wasn't in a broken state. Again, it was not really that good in terms of, like, performance and stuff for, like, for, like, PC, but, like, it wasn't a broken game. Okay. As players admit they are waiting for the expansion to keep playing the game. Yeah. And the game had live updates including costumes, DLC, and soon to be expansion. But maybe that's informal. Let's choose Wikipedia. Oh. Represents providing games or game content on a continued revenue model similar to software as a service, which also applies. This guy is a fucking moron. Whoever became a gunner, thank you so much for becoming a gunner. I don't know who did, but thank you. Fucking. Well, how about story time? What if I told you I was there when you first started hearing people even utter words live service? I went to PAX Prime 2010 and was able to meet the developers behind... I don't know what this is. SWTOR. BioWare. But they also had a handler from EA with them, and I heard from speaking in an interview and refer to SWTOR and Star Wars: The Old Republic as a live service game. Unironically, Wikipedia confirms this, as EA was one of the first major companies to popularize the term. And guess how they first used it? On MMORPGs. I know it sucks, but it's true. Now they are more often times retroactively called live service, so I get the ick. Like, I almost don't even want to fucking argue. Because I'm just looking at a screen in my room alone. So I'm not going to. We are going... Well, you know what? We will read... how about this? Bro compared an anniversary title to a new monster... It's fucking... Yeah, get him out of here. Get him out of here. He didn't even have anything to say about that. Thank God I decided not to do that video. Thank the heavens I decided not to do that video. Where I actually, like, got... Oh my God, I had 39 people watching me? At one point? Holy fuck. I would have paid you to not make me edit that video. Send this LARPer to the burning, freezing. Mr. Principal, electrocute his balls. All right. That took way longer to fucking react to. That was like a 28-minute video. Took us like 2.5 hours. Normally, I said we were only going to do 3 hours, but I'm willing to do another 30 minutes with you guys. Just because I don't want the whole stream to just be that. And just all that. But that guy's an absolute clown. He is an absolute clown. I could not take listening to this guy LARPing on repeat. I'm very curious. Has he, okay, I'm curious. I'm not gonna like I'm gonna look at Ark. Has he commented on Ark? Like on Ark's video? I'm just curious. Like, is he that type of guy to like start arguing because someone disagreed with him? On like another content creator disagreed with him. I don't see him in the comments. Alright, I don't think so. At least he's not that then. Okay, comment on that guy's video. I know. Honestly, I joined late, but I hope your brain is okay and not overheating from watching the whole thing. Bro. Well, I was able to judge him properly. Before, I couldn't properly judge him. I could judge him, obviously, but I couldn't properly judge him based on the fact that I'd never watched his video, so I can't judge him on a video that I haven't watched. I can only judge him based on the title and stuff, right? But now that I watched the video... This guy's a clown. This guy's a whole ass circus. Would this guy be like the Reddit mod doorbell meme dude? Probably. Oh, princess. Detectives. We got a case to solve. Now you see what I was telling you, right? Yeah, I get it, but I had to watch it. Now, anyways, we're gonna watch his video on Marathon. You guys don't really care about Marathon, so even if it was Marathon Day, you guys wouldn't care. Oh, princess. I would leave the stream if you did that. I'm not really sure what else to really watch right now. Or we can just talk. Can we watch like a meme compilation or something? I don't. Hello, Head. Hello. I have to go for a bit, but I'll be right back. I won't take long. Okay, bye, person. I might not even be here when you come back. Bye-bye. Let's see here. I don't really want to watch like a 30-minute video. Oh my god. Play something fun. Hello, Jack. I don't really know what to really play. I mean, play the dead game, lol. Which one, Marathon or Monster Hunter? Remember, he made a dead game on Marathon too. I'm back. Okay, hi, person. You know what? Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna set a timer. Oh. Hey, Hayden. What's going on, man? Thank you for becoming a gunner. Thank you. Welcome in. I'm gonna set a timer for like 35 minutes, okay? What's your least favorite monster? Crystal Beard Oregon. I'm gonna set the thing for like 35 minutes. Well, it's like I don't really got like a lot of time to like even play, if I'm being honest. I mean, it's not that I don't have a lot of time. Blade, Dino Blade, yo, I'm not gonna lie, it is so cool that guy actually made his like made that into reality. Like, it was just like a cool like animation meme thing that he showed, and he got so much support that he genuinely made it into a game that looks really cool. Dino Blade is absolute slop. It's 100% fan service. It's not supposed to be taken seriously at all. But it's still pretty cool. Oh, yeah. Yo. Ain't no fucking way. Art with the $100. Thank you so much. A reward for surviving that video and from Tiger's stream that I promised I would give at the crisp time of 3 a.m. I really appreciate it, Art. I'm low-key kind of going through I'm a lot of like money situation stuff is happening, and although I won't be getting that although I'm not getting $100, I'm like getting $70, but I won't be getting that money until like the end of like next month or this month, depending on what time zone you're in. But I still really appreciate it. Now, here's the thing. What Woodwood hunt do I fight?
Yes.
Or if you did this last stream, Spot would have played Rivals. Oh yeah, or unironically, the goal for last stream at the end was like $100 for me to play Rivals. That's still not on the board. It's not on the table anymore, but you know. It's funny.
Yeah.
Well, he didn't want to make a game. People just wanted him to. Yeah, I know. But I think he enjoyed making the game. Or I feel like he did. You know what? We're going to hunt a frog and we're going to hunt a chicken.
Make sure you're prepared.
We're going to hunt this. We're going to yap a little bit. I'm giving the stream another 35 minutes. I was given rewards for Tiger's stream. Yes, and unfortunately, none of those rewards are going to have it in this stream because it's going to be a way shorter stream. But next stream times, like next week,
I'll get ready too.
100%.
Okay, let's be on our way.
Okay. So we're just gonna hunt a chicken. We're gonna chill. We're gonna hunt a chicken and a frog.
There are a lot of monsters there.
And we're just gonna chill. It looks angry. Don't even worry about that. Ow. I actually have to like remember how to play the game. He's investing, that's funny. Tail broken, bro. I shot you in the face. What do you mean tail broken? Door stuck. Hello. Amari. Hello, Amari. How are you? There we go. Now the head is broken. So no head. So what are we yapping about? I don't know. Basically, just pretty much anything. This is supposed to be a shorter stream. Normally, we stream for like 4 to like 7 hours. But this is supposed to be a shorter stream, so not too much to really discuss. I will say the fucking sound effects on this gun is so good. Too bad this game's dead. Too bad it's a dead game. Bro, what should I hunt in Monster Hunter World Iceborne? Frostfang Barioth. Do it, trust.
Just a little more.
It's almost on Sunset Lakes. Oh, say less. Oh, huh, you missed dinosaur. Watch this. Gonna kill it here. Watch, I'm gonna kill it here. Gonna kill it here. Gonna kill it here. Damn. What's the plan for next week? Good question. I think it'd be nice if me and Tiger could play on Wednesday for some Monster Hunter. And then Monday, I haven't decided on the topic for Monday. But Monday's gonna be talks, and then Friday I also haven't really thought of. Oh, you know, I will say this, Hunters. Oh, I killed him. I thought he was roaring, but no, he's dead. I will say this, Hunters. I am going to be doing a little bit of a special thing. It's something I haven't done. I'm gonna be doing a little bit of a special thing. I know that's very vague, but it's supposed to be vague. Just know I might do a reaction video on it. Maybe a reaction video on it. I want more Remnant. I would also like more Remnant. And I would like it actually more than Monster Hunter for Wednesday. But Tiger already has his stream, and I don't want to like change up his stream schedule. Because that'd be just rude. Bam, bitch. I completely whipped that. Remnant is relevant now, actually. It actually is. Funny enough, it's Remnant both from the Ashes and Remnant 2 is relevant. Do it, stupid. Idiot. Thank you, Muffy. Oh, clash. How's it going now? Bye. I hope you all have a great night. And remember, don't drink a drink that's been unattended at a party or at the public spaces. You already know. Bye, person. You have a great day. Oh, that's a tongue. Bam, bitch. You've yet to evade after perfect blocking? Yeah, because I don't need to. Duh. Oh, I was a little greedy on that one, but it worked out. Its whole body is one big weak point. Shut up. Bitch. Die. Die. Die! 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 Oh, I got him! Very nice. Very, very nice. I want to see what happens now. Don't even worry about that. This is such a beautiful game. Too bad it's dead. Too bad it's dead.
Calm the mind and focus.
Too bad it's a live
Transfer
service.
the materials I've gathered
Too
into
bad
your
Capcom
pouch.
have
I'll look at them
abandoned the
later.
core player base. Too bad. Quit it. Alright. Well, I did that one quest. And don't worry, we're not ending. We still got like another 25 minutes. We still got like another 25 minutes. So, it's just I want to do a little hunt. I wanted to do a little hunt for you guys. A little hunt. My hunt, my hunt, my hunt. My lovely lady hunt. Break it down now. My eye, damn. Okay, so now we just kind of yap for a little bit, and then I will be skedaddling. Because low-key, my eyes are kind of very heavy. I might just take like an hour nap. So what now? Good question. Tiger's not live. I mean, Crystal's live. Dweeby's live. Mari's not live. If we don't really have to be here, you know? Nah, it's okay. I'll be here for like a little bit longer. Oh, you know what? I want to ask you guys something. Can you guys give me good, like, Monster Hunter matchups against other monsters from other series, from other media? Like, How to Train Your Dragon, maybe Remnant, other things where it's like, hey, this could be a really good fight. I already have one from How to Train Your Dragon in the vault. I'm not currently working on it, but it's in the vault of ideas. I'm going to be doing one with Remnant. But I can't really discern what else I would really like to do for a versus video. Also, can I genuinely want to ask you guys. I actually want to ask you guys something. Do you guys actually like my versus videos? Like, do you guys think it's like, hey, why hasn't anyone else done versus videos? And so it's like, I think I like it that you guys, that like you, Spottable, that you do versus videos. Because for Monster Hunter, where it's like so many cool interactive monsters that never get the chance to fight each other, I think having a fun time discussing about it is cool, right? The best versus videos are the low tier ones, not gonna lie. Hey, I did enjoy making that Bishaden and Kichawacha video. I did. You're a certified cool guy. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you so much. I do watch them when I need something to watch while eating. I really appreciate that. Because, you know, I really don't know. I mean, me and Viper talked about this like off stream and stuff, but it's like I really don't know why more people aren't like into it. I mean, again, like everyone loves monster fights another monster, so why not talk about that? Like do a death battle kind of thing. We have some really, really amazing talent in the community. And it seems so funny to me that, like, this hasn't really been a thing yet. You should do Omega versus one of the Black Dragons. If I were to do lore Omega versus lore Black Dragons, literally lore Omega wins every single time. Like, way stronger than any monster? Yes. Now, he is nerfed in Wilds, but he is canonically, like, actually, like, a destroyer of worlds kind of thing. You know, there is this video, the definitive, here, we can actually do this. For the last remaining, like, 15 minutes or so that we got on the channel, I do want to look at this. So, this guy made this video called the definitive Elder Dragon tier list video, and it's by actually someone with only 1K subscribers. Wow, this did numbers. It was 3 years ago, to be fair, but I want to just like see what we think about like his end goal. Like this. What do we think about this? It's not the easiest thing to power scale. It's not, but it's like Final Fantasy stuff is just like stronger. Let's see, because we got, I'm not gonna actually like listen to him because we don't have time, but it's like Elder by classification, True Elder. Okay, well, I feel like he would actually tell us like what the fuck these mean. Ecological disasters and world breakers. I mean, ecological disaster. Would you not say that, like, Amatsu shouldn't be an ecological disaster? Would you not say that? And also, Ibushi and Narwa are also, like, I don't know. That's an absolute trash tier list. Guys, what's better of a tier list? This or my Elder Dragon my Ender Dragon video Elder Dragon tier list that I did. That was like my first time ever like truly power scaling. That shit was crazy. Valstrax is above the other elders in its tier. Where's Valstrax? So this is Crimson Glow. This is no. Crimson Glow is not above Nakarkos. Although he is. Well, I do think Valstrax is. I do think Valstrax is above like Kushala and Teostros and all these guys, but Malzeno and Velkhana theoretically he's on board with. How about Smog versus Fatalis? Just because I don't even know. Smog is definitely bigger, but it's like how much powerful is he? I don't know. Why is Nakarkos so low? That is a good question. I don't know why Nakarkos isn't here and he's not in Fort Destroyer. I don't know what True Elder even means. And I don't know what Eater of Elder... Why does Nergigante get his own classification? His own tier. Why does he get his own tier? If you're saying that the Eater of Elders can eat basically and beat anyone below him, that is almost correct. I mean, other than the Nakarkos. But I think Nergigante can theoretically beat, like, everyone here. Where's Primordial? Good question. Primordial, maybe either he forgot or this hadn't come out yet. By the way, ecological, does that... See, it's... I don't know what the fuck fort destroyer. Like, actually destroyer of, like, a fort? Dog, every Elder Dragon can destroy a fort. Every Elder Dragon can destroy a fort. So it's weird to say, like, these. It's really weird to say these. Why is Zoshia not on here? Oh, well, this was 3 years ago. And also, Zoshia isn't an Elder Dragon. It's considered a construct. And a guardian. Yeah, how's Shaguru above Amatsu? Good question. I don't know how Colvin... Well, Colvin and Amatsu are relative. Actually, all these monsters are about relative. Except for Shaguru. I don't know what the fuck Shaguru is doing over here. If you're saying ecological disaster, yes. But also, Amatsu literally, like, creates massive tornadoes. Like, humongous tornadoes. Spot, do you remember my Elder Dragon classification? Way better than this. I do not... I remember it, but I don't remember, like, anything really on it. Alright, hunters. I think I'm gonna cut it short. I gave you guys a little bit longer. It's 4 hours. I did not mean for it to be 4 hours. I was probably going to end this like an hour early. Again, I was doing like I was planning 3 hours. Guys got 4 hours. I really appreciate you guys coming out here. Crystal and Dweeby are live. Crystal has been on that Pal World grind. Who are you people? Crystal's live. Go show her some love. She's currently playing Pal World, friend of the channel. And Dweeby's playing Fire Emblem, friend of the channel. No idea what the hell's going on the screen. But she's really cool, really energetic, really nice person. And she's actually really fun to watch. I severely... Well, everyone who I recommend for a reason. I do. So, go watch them. They're all on Twitch. Dweeby is actually live streaming also on her channel. And you can find her channel just by typing Dweeby. D-W-E-E-B-Y. D-W-E-E-B-Y. There you go. But that's gonna have to do it for me. I am really tired. I'm gonna take a nap. And then I gotta send over something to Boone. So, I'll see you guys later. I know it was a collab with Arknight. I would like to collab with Arknight, but that boy be busy. And I don't know exactly what I would collab with him on. Bye, Phonix. But thank you all so much for being here. Thank you again, Art, for the fucking $100. Not just that, but also giving Tiger $100. Just like such a goated individual. Unbelievably goated. But yeah, we're going to have to end it here because again, I'm really tired. I will see you guys on Monday, and I can't decide what topic we'll have for Monday. But we'll have a topic, don't worry about that. I didn't want to I was thinking about just not streaming today, but I wanted to give you guys at least something. So, we reacted to the video. Love the support, and I love receiving support. Thank you, Art. But, yeah. I was gonna have to really do it for me. Alright. Big stuff are in the work, hunters. Big stuff. Big stuff. Big stuffy stuff. Big stuff. And with that being said, I will see you all on Monday. Again, thank you all so much for being here. Bye-bye. Snap. Alright, bye everyone. Oh, have a good day or night. I'm not sure what it is for you, but yeah.